believes that there is any space for Vladimir Putin in the future of a stable globe better go to Ukraine, they better go to Europe, they better invest the time to understand that this man is a cancer and the greatest threat to democracy in my lifetime. And it will be a cancer that spreads into the South China Sea, into Taiwan, and metastasizes across the globe. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that Vladimir Putin is a liar, a murderer, and a man responsible for ordering the systematic torture, kidnapping, and rape of innocent civilians, believe me, because the evidence is mile high. So, for those of us who have invested the time to understand this, believe me when I tell you this is important to every single one of you. If you believe that Ukraine is a country an ocean away and not relevant to our national security, think again. The world is small. The world is watching. The strength of our alliances are on the line, and the future of democracy in the world is on the line if we do anything less than defeat Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Doing great. Yeah. But I always appreciate that.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we are debating the narrow Senate fiscal year 2025 budget resolution that fulfills promises to secure America's borders, our national defense, and unleash our energy potential, and finally start to get our fiscal house in order. In the near future, I expect us to move forward with a budget resolution that allows us to prevent more than a $4 trillion tax hike on American households, the largest tax hike in the history of America. That will be felt by virtually every American if tax cuts expire at the end of this year. Because the other side has filed a litany of tax amendments that rehash various false narratives, and each side will only have 1 minute to debate, I'm going to spend a little time right now explaining why we can't afford a $4 trillion plus tax increase, the positive impact that the Trump tax cuts had on the economy, and some of the key provisions that expire at the end of the year. At the end of this year, many key provisions of President Trump's 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act are set to expire, triggering an over $4 trillion tax hike on American families and businesses. While taxes will increase on Americans of all income levels, the majority of this tax hike, about $2.6 trillion of it, will fall on those making less than $400,000 per year. An average family of four making about $80,000 a year will see a $1,700 tax hike in 2026. Another $600 billion plus will hit millions of small business owners who could see federal tax rates skyrocket up to 43.4%. Tens of millions of families will see their child tax credit cut in half from $2,000 to $1,000. The list goes on. But first I'll talk about what the Trump tax cuts actually did and why failing to extend key provisions would be economically devastating for millions of hardworking taxpayers. So what did the Trump tax cuts do? There's been a lot of talk recently about how extending these tax cuts are for billionaires and corporations, but the facts actually show otherwise. The 2017 tax bill increased the take-home pay and powered a growing economy. Individuals across all income brackets received a tax cut, not just, as opponents suggest, for the uber wealthy. In fact, the Trump tax cuts made the tax code more progressive, meaning the highest income earners now pay a greater share of all income taxes than they did before 2017. The majority of benefits accrued to the working middle-class families of America. Between the bill's passage in 2017 and 2021, the bottom 50% of earners received the largest reduction in average tax rates at 17.3%. In addition to lowering tax rates across the board, the Trump tax cuts doubled the standard deduction and the child tax credit and provided tax relief to America's entrepreneurs and small businesses. The effect of pro-growth tax reform was immediate. Not only did taxpayers get to keep more of their hard-earned money, but a growing economy helped a median household income reach all-time highs. The labor market improved. Workers saw wage growth, and the unemployment rate fell dramatically to 3.5%, the lowest in 50 years. And the lowest income workers experienced the largest wage growth. Corporate inversions became a thing of the past, and America became the place to do business. All Americans reap the benefits of a booming economy. Extending this current tax, proven policy, and building on it is the best way to restore economic prosperity and opportunity for working families, many of whom are still struggling to recover from the historic inflation of the last 4 years. As American families contend with increasing costs of everyday living, the last thing they need is another massive tax hike on top of that inflation. Failure is simply not an option. What happens if the Trump tax cuts expire? As I've said, if we do not extend these tax policies, Americans will be hit with an over $4 trillion tax increase. More than $2.6 trillion of that tax increase will fall on households earning less than $400,000 per year. An average family of 4 making $80,000 will be saddled with a $1,700 tax increase. This is the equivalent of 6 to 8 weeks' worth of groceries for a family of 4. Tens of millions of families will see their child tax credit cut in half to $1,000, and 90% of taxpayers would see their standard deduction cut in half. Owners of over 20 million small businesses will face a massive tax hike, with taxes up to 43.4%. 7 million taxpayers will be impacted by the alternative minimum tax, up from just 200,000 taxpayers currently. Many more small businesses and farms will have their death tax exemption cut in half. The National Association of Manufacturers recently highlighted that if we allow the Trump tax cuts to expire, 6 million jobs will be at risk. $540 billion in employee compensation will be lost, and U.S. gross domestic product will be reduced by $1.1 trillion. Bottom line, while we aren't considering tax policy as a part of this reconciliation package, it's important to set the record straight at what's at stake in the upcoming tax debate. The stakes couldn't be higher. You're going to hear tonight dozens and dozens of tax amendments being brought. We're going to respond to each of those by explaining that that debate is not this amendment. This budget that we are debating today is on the border, on our national defense, and on increasing our oil and gas production to strengthen our economy. That's why the Senate and House Republicans are working together to act as quickly as possible to make these tax cuts permanent, but that will be in the next step, and prevent a massive tax hike to provide certainty and relief to families and businesses across this nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The news is coming so hard and fast these days that it's hard to sort it all out. Every day seems to be something new that captures our attention, our concern, our interest. And what I'd like to do today is try to put some of it in perspective and what's going on in our governing of this country. I don't believe what I'm going to be talking about today is partisan. It should not be partisan, because what I'm really talking about is competent government and constitutional government. Really two categories, competent government and constitutional government. That should not be a controversial issue. Neither of those are something that we should be arguing about. It's what we have a responsibility to carry through in terms of our jobs here in the U.S. Senate. So the two categories I want to talk about, my headings are thoughtless and dangerous. First, I want to talk about thoughtless. The hiring freeze. A hiring freeze can be an effective tool if it's used thoughtfully and systematically, but to do it across the board without a process for exceptions that's built into it, you end up with all kinds of unintended and negative consequences. Firefighters, parks, losses elsewhere by attrition. There should be a systematic exemption process. Now it's haphazard and random. Park seasonal employees first were under the hiring freeze, now they're not. It's sort of like, oh, never mind, we're going to be okay with park seasonal employees. VA frontline health workers were first subject to the hiring freeze. Then people said, oh, well, no, we didn't mean doctors and nurses, so that's okay, you can hire them. My point is, it's not a rational process. It's ready, fire, aim. Literally, ready, fire, aim is what we're talking about, and people aren't doing this in a thoughtful and systematic way. And by the way, the difference between frontline deliverers of care at the VA and the people who answer the phone, who were categorized as bureaucrats, I don't think there's a stark difference there. If you're a veteran and are seeking care and an appointment at a VA health facility and nobody answers the phone, that's a denial of benefits. That's a denial of benefits, just as if they close the door in your face. And that's what we're talking about, is weakening the systems that are serving our public. So the hiring freeze, it's possible to do a hiring freeze. When I was governor of Maine, I instituted a hiring freeze, but we did it in a systematic and thoughtful way. We had a process for dealing with exemptions, and without destroying the morale and throwing the entire operation of government into chaos. And by the way, why do we have the government? To serve the people. To serve the people. So let's talk about the next step, the firings. The famous fork in the road letter is a perfect example of a thoughtless way to approach a problem. The letter went to everybody. The letter wasn't selective. It went to everybody, all civilians in the CIA, in the National Security Agency, in the Defense Department. Also, of course, all the other civilian agencies. So, but it wasn't targeted in any way. It was, if you want to leave federal service, we'll pay you through September. But it hit everybody. Again, it's not a rational or thoughtful way to trim the federal workforce. You should be talking about where are we over, do we have too many people? Do we have overstock in terms of public servants? And where do we need more, for example? But instead, it went to everybody. By definition, that's not a rational process. Firing, let me just put this in perspective, by the way. On the fork in the road letter, the estimate as of today is 75,000 people have taken that option and left. And I suppose the people who are behind this think that's a great victory. The dollars saved to the Treasury from those 75,000 people represent 0.1% of the federal budget. So people out who are saying, we're cutting the budget, we're saving the taxpayers' money, 0.1%. That's not, given the chaos and the uncertainty and the deletion of services to our American people, I would argue that's not worth it. 0.1%. Everyone got these letters. People are being fired now in CIA, FBI, the VA, and on this letter, what if only the best people take the option to leave? then you've really shot yourself in the foot. You've encouraged people who were going to retire anyway, or who could get a better job in the private sector. So it's almost it's anti-intelligent way to handle this. And then you get situations like at the Department of Energy, the first weekend they fired 350 people in the National Nuclear Security Administration. The people who handle nuclear materials and are responsible for our nuclear stockpile, they fired almost, I think it was something like 20% of the personnel. 3 or 4 days later, they realized, uh-oh, that was a mistake. And so now they're trying to bring these people back. The point I'm making is a good, solid, thoughtful process wouldn't have made a mistake like that. They would have realized from the outset that these are jobs that we aren't going to be firing, we aren't going to be eliminating. It seems to be based on some kind of quota. I don't know what it is. And then, okay, so now we're seeing everybody being fired who's on probation. Probationary people who have worked for the government for less than a year or two. Okay, again, that's arbitrary. Being on probation doesn't mean you're an effective employee or not an effective employee. You could be one of the best employees in the whole federal government and you just came on and yet you're going to be fired. It has nothing to do with the productivity or skill of the worker. It has nothing to do with the importance of the position. It has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the agency in question serving the people of Maine. If you're probationary, you're gone. Here's another thing about probation. It turns out in the federal government, if you're promoted, you're on probation in the new position. You may have worked for the department for 5 or 10 years, you're promoted, you're on probation, you're fired. Even though you have 5 or 10 years of experience, you're capable, you're doing a good job. There was no effort that I can see, and people did get these ridiculous letters saying your performance has not been adequate. There was no basis for those letters. It was arbitrary. Arbitrary, and that's remember I said my categories are thoughtless and dangerous. This is thoughtless. Probation. Oh, by the way, about 30% of the federal workforce are veterans. Now, we don't know the exact figures. That's one of the problems. We have no transparency about what's going on here and who's actually being let go and who isn't. But a reasonable extrapolation is 30% of the people being fired are veterans. People who put their lives on the line for this country. And then they went into public service and they're being fired. That's outrageous. Again, was no one thinking about this? 1,000 were fired at the VA just a couple of days ago. We learned that people supporting the VA crisis line were fired. What genius thought that was a good idea? Last Friday, immigration judges were fired. We're talking about immigration and border and control of immigration, and we're firing immigration judges? What possible sense does that make? Here's one. We've had I think three serious aircraft incidents in the last month, and they just fired, I think, 300 people at the FAA. Great, including people who are in the business of maintaining the systems that keep our airplanes safe. In the wake of 3 serious airplane crashes, including one here in Washington that killed 67 people, we're firing people at the FAA? Give me a break. What kind of sense does that make? What kind of service is that to the people of the United States? Here's one that's not life or death, but the National Park Service. 1,000 people were fired last weekend at the National Park Service. I suspect they were probationaries. That means, okay, they'd only been there a year or two, but that doesn't mean they weren't in jobs that were important. And there's a headline in this morning's paper, chaos at the national parks. The lines are twice as long as they normally are. And if there's chaos at the national parks in February, Lord knows what it's going to be in June or July. In Yosemite, in the Grand Canyon, in Acadia, in my state of Maine. And here's a beauty. Some of these people that are being fired are people who collect fees at the park. So to save $1, we're going to lose $5 from fees not being collected. Genius. Come on. 5% of the workforce at the National Park Service are being fired. And I can tell you, I'm the co-chair of the National Park Subcommittee, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. We need more people at the national parks, not less. We've had a staffing shortage going back half a dozen or 10 years, where visitation is way up and staff is flat or declining. Now it's really declining. And this is a direct hands-on experience for the American people. Gettysburg. They've been laying off people at the battlefield. Last night, apparently, something called the Presidential Management Fellowship Program, a training program that's decades old that brings talented people into the federal government, eliminated. No explanation, no rationale, eliminated. Okay, that's the thoughtless part. And let me give you a little personal experience. When I was elected governor of Maine, we had a serious budget deficit. We were in the middle of a recession. And so we went through a process very similar to the impetus for what's going on now. We looked at the entire workforce of the state of Maine. But we did it in a thoughtful and transparent way. We developed a task force that included private citizens, legislators, and members of the administration, and we took 8 months, Mr. President, 8 months, not 8 weeks. And we looked at the entire structure of the state of Maine government and reduced our workforce by about 10%. Significant reduction. But we did it in a thoughtful way and in a way that made sense in terms of the ongoing service to the people of Maine. So it can be done, and I'm not unsympathetic with the idea of making things more efficient and even possibly downsizing the government where it's called for and where additional people aren't necessary. So I'm not here to say we shouldn't be looking for efficiency and saying everything in the federal government is perfect. I don't believe that for a minute. But I think if we're going to take on this exercise, it ought to be done in a sensible way by people who know what they're doing. And that brings me to DOGE. I don't know what they're doing. Nobody does. I don't know who these 25-year-olds that are in the IRS, rummaging around in the IRS system, IT system, or we learned last couple of days Social Security. What are they doing? Who are they? What are their qualifications? Do they have security clearances? Do they have conflicts of interest? There's no, all of the rules that are designed to protect us from people making arbitrary decisions that aren't accountable. You talk about bureaucrats being unaccountable. These are the ultimate unaccountable people. We don't know what their relationship is to the federal government, what authority they have, under what law are they operating. And it's pretty clear from mistakes like firing 350 people at the Nuclear Security Agency, it's pretty clear they don't know what they're doing. And they're firing people who we need. Okay, that's the thoughtless part, and it's inexcusable. That's just pure efficiency of government, of doing the right thing, and it can be done, but these people aren't doing it. The second part of what's going on is the dangerous part, and this is where I call upon my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are standing by and watching our government the structure of our government be attacked with no response. Elimination of entire congressionally created agencies. USAID was established by statute. And over a weekend, these people fired everybody, closed the agency, took the name off the door, and threw the rest of the world into chaos where these people were working on important projects all over the world that were part of our outreach to the world. And you know what? As soon as we went out of business at AID, China's right in the market. It's like walking away from engagement with the world. It couldn't be a more self-defeating piece of work. And by the way, it's a tiny part of the federal budget. And James Mattis famously said when he was a general, if you cut the foreign aid budget, you're going to have to buy me more bullets. Foreign aid is part of the national security of this country, and to demolish this agency without any input from Congress, without any relationship to the Foreign Affairs Committee or anybody else up here in the Congress is grossly unconstitutional. It's grossly unconstitutional. And here's the problem, Mr. President. This isn't just a battle between the Senate and the House and the President and they're fighting about powers. No. The reason the framers designed our Constitution the way they did was that they were afraid of concentrated power. They had just fought a brutal 8-year war with a king. They didn't want a king. They wanted a constitutional republic where power was divided between the Congress and the President and the courts, and we are collapsing that structure. And the structure wasn't there for fun. It wasn't there because, hey, we're just going to design this complicated system. It was there to protect our freedom. Because the people that wrote our Constitution understood human nature, and they understood a very important 1,000-year-old principle. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So the whole idea was to divide power, and to the extent we allow this assault on our Constitution, this collapsing and excessive power being granted to the executive to ignore the laws passed by Congress, and by the way, appropriations bills are laws passed by Congress, which the administration is also ignoring by freezing funding for programs authorized and funded by Congress. To the extent we do that, we're not only making a mistake now, but we're altering the essential structure of our Constitution that's there for a reason, that's there to protect our freedom. And the people who are cheering this on, I fear, in a reasonably short period of time, are going to say, where did this go? How did this happen? How did we make our president into a monarch? How did this happen? How it happened is we gave it up. James Madison thought we would fight for our power, but no. Right now, we're just sitting back and watching it happen. Article 2 of the Constitution, the president said, oh, the Article 2 gives me a lot of power. No, it doesn't. It makes the president commander-in-chief. That's true. But here's the key sentence in Article 2 of the Constitution, which defines the president's power. The key sentence is, not the power of the president, the responsibility of the president is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Not write the laws, not deny the laws, not ignore the laws, not pick which laws he or she likes, to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. That's the responsibility of the president. And right now, those laws are being ignored. Impoundment. Impoundment, the president trying to say, Congress appropriated this money through an appropriation bill signed by the president, but I'm not going to spend it because I don't like it. I don't like that purpose, whatever it is. I'm sorry. It's absolutely straight up unconstitutional, and it's illegal. President Nixon tried to do that in 1973, and the Congress, virtually unanimously, passed the Impoundment Control Act, which said, no, presidents can't do that. They can't ignore the will of Congress because the Article 1 of the Constitution gives the Congress the power of the purse. And we're giving it away this week. We're standing by and watching it, watching the essential power of this body evaporate, not evaporate, migrate down the street on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Power was divided for a reason. There's some criticism now in the press saying, people are talking about a constitutional crisis, they're crying wolf. No, this is a constitutional crisis. It's the most serious assault on our Constitution in the history of this country. It is the most serious assault on the very structure of our Constitution, which is designed to protect our freedoms and our liberty in the history of this country. It is a constitutional crisis, and I'll tell you what makes it worse. The president and the vice president are already hinting that they're not going to obey decisions of the courts. Many of my friends in this body say, well, you know, it would be hard. We don't want to buck the president and everything. We're going to let the courts take care of this. Number one, that's a cop-out. It's our responsibility to protect the Constitution. That's what we swear to when we enter this body. But to stand back and say, oh, well, we're going to watch all this happen and the courts are going to take care of it, that's an abdication of our responsibility. And by the way, if you look at history, yes, it's true, presidents have gained power. In my reading of history, usually it wasn't because presidents usurped power, but because the Congress abdicated it. We haven't declared war, for example, since 1942, and yet that's a clear responsibility of Congress. And we sure have been in some scrapes since 1942. We've abdicated that power. And we're now in the process of abdicating the power to control the appropriations process. I mentioned about DOGE, no authority, no accountability, no transparency. We literally don't know what they're doing. We can't find out what they're doing. And then just this week, the destruction of the independent agencies created by Congress. They were created as independent agencies for a reason, because they didn't want them to be dominated by the vicissitudes of politics. The president gets to appoint members of the board, and they're very carefully balanced, not firing someone at the National Labor Relations Board so there's no quorum so they can't act. That's a direct violation of congressionally established policy. These independent agencies were created for a reason, and again, saying I forgot to mention illegal firing of inspector generals. The senator from Iowa is a champion of inspector generals. In the first few days, something like 18 inspector generals were fired completely contrary to the law. The law is the Congress must be given 30 days notice of the firing of an inspector general and reasons therefore. Not done. Not a peep. What's it going to take for us to wake up, and when I say us, I mean this entire body, to wake up to what's going on here? Is it going to be too late? Is it going to be when the president has accreted all this power and the Congress is an afterthought? What's it going to take? I mean, the offenses keep piling up, and as I said, leaving it to the courts, number one, is a cop-out, and number two, when the vice president said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but why should the court should not have the power to do this. And of course, the president over the weekend famously quoted Napoleon, when you're saving your country, you don't have to obey any law. Wow, a president of the United States quoting Napoleon about not having to obey the law. So I intended to talk about Ukraine, but Senator Tillis and Senator Shaheen did it so articulately, I think I'll let that pass, except to say that it's shameful that we've suddenly pivoted from the support of a democracy that was grossly and illegally invaded from the support of that country to the support of a murderous dictator. I heard something about Zelensky as a dictator. The only dictator in this game, Mr. President, is Vladimir Putin. He's the dictator. And to argue that somehow Ukraine started the war, what universe is somebody in that would say something like that? Again, I won't pursue, but I can tell you, Putin's happy, Xi Jinping is happy, Iran's happy, North Korea's happy. They love what's going on to see us retreating from the world, whether it's AID or Ukraine. They love to see us retreating from the world, looking weak and looking unreliable. And finally, on this point, we seem to be systematically alienating our allies. I've been on armed services now for 12 years, and I've learned that the key asymmetric advantage that this country has in the world is allies. China has customers, we have allies. Well, we're giving that away. If I wasn't on the floor of the U.S. Senate, I'd use a slightly different term, but we're giving away our asymmetric advantage in the world by what looks like systematically alienating our allies, whether it's threats of tariffs or speeches in Europe telling them, what their problems are, basically saying we're going to abandon Europe. What a great idea. Abandon Europe at a time when there's a murderous dictator who has his eyes on the Baltics, on Poland, and who has said he would like to reestablish the Soviet Empire. The worst possible geopolitical thing that we could do would be to abandon Ukraine. So, Mr. President, this is a constitutional crisis, and we've got to respond to it, and I'm just waiting for this whole body to stand up and say, no, no, we don't do it this way. We don't do it this way. We do things constitutionally. Yes, it's more cumbersome, it's slower. That's what the framers intended. They didn't intend to have an efficient dictatorship. And that's what we're headed for. Mr. President, this is a very dangerous moment. We've got to wake up. Protect this institution, but much more importantly, protect the people of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
I rise to support the budget resolution that's before the United States Senate. Speaking to that, I want to remind people of some history. These famous words came from Rahm Emanuel, President Obama's chief of staff. It dates from about 2008. He famously said, quote, "You never want a serious crisis to go away," end of quote. There's no statement that better encapsulates the mindset of the previous administration. We all know Americans are struggling to cope with economic and social disruption, still carrying on from the pandemic. The Biden administration saw a real opportunity, an opportunity to permanently increase the size and scope of government. They said that they wanted to transform America. I hope everybody on my side of the aisle wants to preserve America. In my view, it makes sense in times of national emergency for government to take steps to help individuals, families, and small businesses weather that storm. But once the crisis subsides, so should the programs and spending enacted in response. Yet, here we are in 2025. Federal spending as a share of the economy remains at levels never seen outside of war or national emergency like recessions or depressions. In 2019, before the pandemic, the total federal spending totaled $450 billion. In 2024, the federal government spent over $2 trillion more. So that's a total of $6.75 trillion, a relative increase of over 50%. We must begin to put spending back on a path of normalcy, and that's why we're having this debate that we call the budget resolution. The path to normalcy is a spending path that accounts for the historic inflation of the past 4 years, as well as population growth. Now, there's a lot of people in this body that would say that spending that much is still too much, but I think it fits in with the principle of the 1974 budget resolution. Once inflation and population growth are factored in, federal spending in 2024 remained roughly $1 trillion above pre-pandemic levels. And if Social Security and Medicare and interest on the debt are set to the side, federal spending was still over $500 billion above 2019 levels. And I hope you'll study the chart here that shows what I just told you. Unless we have a course correction, our national debt will set a new record as a share of our economy in 2028. That is eclipsing the previous high water set in the wake of the World War II. And you can see that here in the period of time where it was at World War II. As another Democrat said, elections have consequences. So, as a part of the November mandate, President Trump is looking for ways to reduce wasteful government spending. And through this budget resolution before the Senate now, we plan to help in that process. But in fact, that power should rest with here. The president shouldn't have to do it. But it's Congress that has the power of the purse, and we'll have to do the heavy lifting. Getting out of the fiscal hole that we've dug for ourselves requires that we first stop digging. The budget that we're debating this week takes that first step, and some people would say too small of a first step. Any new spending will have to be accomplished by reductions in spending elsewhere. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on a return to fiscal sanity, and that fiscal sanity is the pre-pandemic level of spending increased only by inflation and population growth. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Sharia Pai, a fellow in my office, be granted floor privileges for the rest of the year.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people are being robbed in broad daylight. Big Oil is cashing in on their billion-dollar deal with Donald Trump from his campaign. The $1 billion to help Trump win. And in return, he'll rig the rules of the game in line with the pockets of the oil, gas, and coal industry 10 times over. So let's call Trump's energy agenda what it really is. Oil above all, not all of the above. Trump's billionaire friends promised to raise tens of millions of dollars, and in return, he promised he would deliver policies that will force working families to pay more, inhale more toxic air, reduce their kids' chances for a healthier future. And especially as the climate crisis continues to turbocharge extreme weather, costing billions in damages, sky-high energy bills, we know that working families don't have any more to give to the oil, gas, and coal industries. Gas prices are up, electricity bills are up, home heating costs are up, and yet Donald Trump is going after the programs, the agencies, and the workers that help keep our air and water clean and create jobs. Meanwhile, Big Oil is raking in record profits, more than $172 billion in profits in 2023 alone. This administration isn't governing, It's groveling to big oil and big gas and big coal and the entire fossil fuel industry. Every dollar that goes into a billionaire's pocket is a dollar taken out of a working family's budget, money that should go towards food and rent and education. It is robbery in broad daylight from working families to create tax breaks for billionaires. And the Trump administration is trying to carry out their single biggest heist right now, attempting to illegally seize $20 billion from the congressionally authorized Climate Bank. As we speak, they're trying to loot the Climate Bank. This bank, formerly called the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, is based on my national Climate Bank legislation with Chris Van Hollen, and it's already at work for you, leveraging private dollars to cut energy bills for families, small businesses, improve resiliency against climate change fueled disasters, and create local economic opportunity. Trump and Musk are trying to get their hands on this money, your money, through whatever means necessary, even if that meant forcing Denise Chung, head of the criminal division of the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office, to say that there had been a crime committed in the Climate Bank, which then would allow Trump to reclaim all the money in the Climate Bank. And what did Denise Chung say? She said she could not find a crime. They said, you're going to find a crime. She said she could not find a crime in the Climate Bank. And so she had to resign. She had to resign from being the head of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office right here in Washington, D.C., because she refused to follow the orders of her supervisor, who was getting instructions from the White House, because that was the only way they could fulfill the promise to oil, gas, and coal to kill the Climate Bank. They wanted to freeze that money in the absence of any crimes, any wrongdoing, which, surprise, just happened this week, just happened. Their goal is to take money away from families, take money from clean energy, take money from disadvantaged communities, and give it to the fossil fuel companies and special interests. So yes, they want to raid Medicaid. They want to raid education programs. They want to raid veterans' benefits. But they also, for the oil, gas, and coal industry, they got to kill the tax breaks for wind and solar. They've got to gut the Climate Bank, which is revolutionizing the way in which we generate energy, electricity in this country. That's not powerful leadership. It's political plunder, and working families are paying the price. Trump's farce of an energy emergency declaration creates a financial emergency for the American people. Instead of taking steps to lower energy costs for families, the Trump administration is actively driving up your energy costs by pushing for our energy, American energy, to get shipped overseas for higher profits, and tying our energy market to the volatility of the global energy marketplace. From late 2021 through 2022, surging exports of our energy from the United States, liquefied natural gas, cost Americans $111 billion in higher energy prices for natural gas customers here in the United States. Consumers, homeowners, businesses. Why? Because big oil and big gas want to export our energy out of our country, send it overseas, because they get a bigger price on the open seas. That's what it's all about. And a recent study from the Department of Energy found that it's extremely likely LNG exports will lead to more sticker shock for Americans, an average increase of over $120 per year, still coming. Again, while oil executives, natural gas executives cash in on even bigger paydays. So What's the Trump plan? Turn consumers in America upside down and shake money out of their pockets for profits for the oil and gas industry. And what happens? Prices go higher for consumers here. That's how they make their money. They're doing it hand in glove with the Trump administration. This is not an energy emergency. This is a Trump energy tax on the American people. An energy tax which, to be clear, is only growing in severity as Trump cuts off funding for clean energy projects, fires hard-working government employees, imposes tariffs, all of which will make electricity even more expensive for American businesses, for American consumers. It's a deliberate strategy to make sure working families stay dependent on a damaging fuel source that makes a handful of billionaires richer and richer and richer by the day. But make no mistake, they're not attacking us because they're winning. The fossil fuel industry is backing Donald Trump because they know they're losing. They're losing, despite Trump's attempts to kill the green revolution. The clean energy boom is happening all across our country. The fossil fuel industry is terrified because they know that wind and solar are the future. Last year, get this number. Are you ready? This is why they're petrified. This is why they're scared. 90% of all new electricity generation capacity brought online in the United States was renewable. 10% natural gas, 90% renewable last year. Why do they have to kill the tax breaks? Why do they have to kill the climate bank? You do 90% renewables every year for the next 10 years, then it drives right at the heart of the business model of the natural gas and coal and oil industries in our country. That's why they need to loot the climate bank. That's why they need to kill the tax breaks for wind and solar, all electric vehicles in our country. Onshore wind and solar power were the cheapest megawatts on the grid last year, 2024, from construction to operation. And the big oil bosses know that if given the choice, Americans will pick the cheapest, cleanest energy source every single time. So they are killing your choice. They're not letting you pick which energy source you want. Nearly 80% of clean energy investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the biggest climate bill in world history, but 80% of the energy investments have gone to Republican districts, creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs just in 2.5 years. Think about that. Trump is actively working to destroy economic growth and jobs in the very places that got him elected. 80% of the jobs are in red states. Think about that. But that's the payback for the oil, gas, and coal industry for raising the money for him last year. We're talking about electricians installing solar panels, construction workers building wind turbines, engineers designing the next generation of battery storage. All of these are good-paying, family-sustaining jobs that are helping to build America's future. And yet, Trump and his enablers want to tear it all down just to keep their fossil fuel cronies happy, just to keep the greenhouse gas emitters happy, just to make sure there is no competition. They don't believe in competition. This should be Darwinian paranoia-inducing competition. What oil, gas, and coal is extracted from this administration is killing the competition. It's killing them in the marketplace. Adam Smith was spinning in his grave thinking about this cut. He had a big smile on his face last year, Adam Smith. The market's finally working. We finally have incentives for the competition. But that had to be killed. That had to be killed. And if that wasn't enough, Trump was attacking the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the agency that warns and helps protect us against hurricanes and floods and wildfires. Why? Because it gets in the way of his fossil fuel allies' ability to pollute and to profit without consequence. Just last year, get this number, disasters supercharged by climate change cost the United States more than $500 billion. Hurricane Milton and Helene, that cost $300 billion of damage. The fires in LA, $200 billion. 3 incidents, $500 billion worth of damage. 3. That's all. Half of the defense budget of the United States. What are they doing? They're taking down the defense in the future against superstorms. They're going to take it down. They're going to ravage homeowners, businesses across our country. Insurance rates are going to skyrocket. It's going to have a devastating impact upon our country. We're not even through the month of February, and already in Los Angeles and other places, we can see the storms, we can see the floods, we can see the damage. So this is absolutely unbelievable what is happening. Families forced from their homes, businesses wiped out, entire communities devastated. And instead of preparing for the future, Trump is making sure it gets worse. Imagine standing in the wreckage of a hurricane-ravaged neighborhood with nothing but rubble left of your home and knowing that your president right now is actively choosing to make future disasters worse and fire the workers that would help you rebuild. That is the cruelty of his administration. It's become a wholly owned subsidiary of the oil, gas, and coal industry and giving them a permission slip to wreak havoc on every other American. At every turn, this administration is picking fossil fuel billionaires over working people. And they aren't even hiding it. Since April of last year, after Trump sat down with the big oil executives and asked for the $1 billion campaign check, these executives' wealth has ballooned by more than $40 billion in 1 year. 40 billion more in the wealth of those individuals, while families across the country wonder how they'll pay their heating bills. Trump's fossil fuel donors are making a fortune. And let's not forget the bigger picture. Our global standing is on the line. While we stall and we let fossil fuel industry dictate our energy policy, China is surging ahead. China is saying, thank you, Trump administration. Thank you for letting us take over the renewable energy industry. They're investing in clean energy, in electric vehicles, in battery storage, and all the industries that will define the 21st century economy. And what is Trump doing? Kneecapping our ability to compete. He is locking us into outdated, expensive, and polluting energy systems, while the rest of the world moves forward without us. You can't be an isolationist when it comes to climate change. It's global warming. This isn't just about energy policy. This is about what kind of country we want to be. Will we be the leader or the laggard? Do we want to be a country that builds, innovates, and transforms? Or do we want to be a country that allows that we cling to the past and knowingly raise costs on American families that pollute the air we breathe in order to line the pockets of the ultra-wealthy? The choice is ours. Trump and his fossil fuel friends want you to believe that you don't have a choice, that you have to accept higher prices, dirtier air, polluted water, and an onslaught of hurricanes and fires brought on by a worsening climate crisis that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, denies even exists, calling it a Chinese hoax. It's no hoax. 3 events, $500 billion worth of damage. And I'm not even mentioning all the other damage last year and early this year. But they're wrong. People want lower bills, not higher bills for Exxon. Our communities deserve good-paying jobs, not another handout to Chevron. It's not drill, baby, drill. It's plug in, baby, plug in. That's what this generation of young people want. Plug in to the electric revolution. Plug in to the non-polluting future. And we have a choice. We can fight for lower costs, good jobs, and a livable future. We can invest in the industries of tomorrow instead of getting locked into the polluting past. We can stop exporting American fossil fuels abroad and driving up our own prices for our own consumers here in America. We can ban fossil fuel executives and lobbyists from being able to use our energy-related agencies for their own personal pocketbooks, or as I call for in my Big Oil from the Cabinet Act, that they can't work. They can't work for the Energy Department. They can't be inside taking over the agenda. We can strengthen the low-income heating and cooling relief program so that the poorest Americans don't have to put so much of their paycheck towards heating and cooling. We can safeguard energy efficiency standards for appliances so that people pay less on their bills. We can do that. We can remove the tax loopholes that prevent oil and gas companies from paying their fair share. We're talking about tax breaks for oil companies that have been on the books for 100 years. They call creating a climate bank socialism. What do you call 100 years of tax breaks for the oil, gas, and coal industry? That's socialism. That's allowing for a non-competitive marketplace so that the new technologies, the clean technologies, solar and wind, electric battery technologies, they can't be deployed. We can remove those tax breaks. That's what we should be debating here. But at a minimum, we can't take away the competition. They're monopolists. They're oligopolists. That's all it is. They want to stifle new technology. They don't have any new ideas except making themselves rich. If Republicans are here tonight looking for revenue to pay for the things that they want to pay for, let's start with ending those tax breaks now and having oil companies finally pay their fair share. And ultimately, we can stand up to the corporate greed that is bleeding working families dry and demand a future where energy policy serves the people, not just the powerful. And that's exactly what we're going to do, because the clean energy revolution isn't just coming, it's already here. And it's scaring the living daylights out of the oil, gas, and coal industry. They are petrified. It's happening in red states, 80%, and blue states. It's lowering costs, creating jobs, making communities stronger. No amount of corruption, no amount of grift, no amount of fossil fuel money is going to stop it. And we're not going to back down. And we will not allow the Trump administration to sell out the American people, especially young people. We're not going to allow their future to get sold out. We're not going to surrender the way the oil, gas, and coal industry want us to surrender. Because this is not about the highest bidder who can loot the programs like the National Climate Bank to pay for their billionaire tax breaks. We will fight for the workers building America's clean energy future. We will fight for all families, ensuring they have lower energy bills, cleaner air, and we will fight for a livable future, not just for ourselves, but for all coming children and grandchildren right now. This is not just a political fight, it's a moral fight. This is about justice, this is about fairness, this is about the very future of our country. We cannot back down now. This is the time, this is the place. We must wage this battle on behalf of the coming generations, or else the devastation will become catastrophically unimaginable. So let's have this fight this year about our future. I think that's the least we owe to young people in our country. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. I have two unanimous consent requests. Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that for the duration of Senate Concurrent Resolution 7, the budget resolution for fiscal year 2025, the majority and the Democratic managers of the resolution, while seated or standing in the manager's desk, to be permitted to deliver floor remarks, retrieve, review, and edit documents, send, email, and other data communications from text displayed on a wireless personal assistant device and tablet devices. I further ask unanimous consent that the use of calculators be permitted on the floor during consideration of the budget resolution. Further, that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the resolution if necessary, consistent with amendments adopted during Senate consideration, including calculating the associated change in the net interest function and incorporating the effect of such adopted amendments on the budgetary aggregates for federal revenue, the amount by which the federal revenue should be changes, new budget authority, budget outlays, deficits, public debt, and debt held by the public. Further, I ask for unanimous consent for 2 minutes of debate, equally divided prior to each vote during consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution 7.
Is there objection? Without objection.
There was ever a mouthful, that was it. I ask unanimous consent that the following staff members from my staff and from Senator Merkley's staff be given all access floor passes to the Senate floor during the consideration of Senate Budget Resolution, Concurrent Resolution 7. And I'd like to hand the list. Republican staff, Catherine Nickus, Katina Wilson, Lillian Meadows, Walker Trulick. Democratic staff, Mike Jones, Melissa Plissner, sorry about that, Melissa, Josh Smith, and Tyler Evischer, I think. Anyway, they're all written down. Apologize to the families of those who I just insulted. That's it.
Without objection. Chair recognizes Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Chance Mitchell, a law clerk on the Budget Committee minority staff, be granted floor privileges during consideration of Resolution 7.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the rhetoric of Donald Trump and Republicans on the budget is all over the map. Here's what's important to know. Republicans want $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, primarily for the richest Americans, paid for with sharp cuts in programs that help average Americans and the most vulnerable in our society. Yesterday, I spoke on the floor about one of the most cynical parts of this resolution, gutting health care for children, seniors, and Americans with disabilities through extreme cuts to Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP. Donald Trump said that Medicaid and Medicare would be off limits, but the budgets put out by Republicans indicate something quite different. During the debate on this budget, Republicans will have the opportunity to vote on amendments to show where they stand and, more importantly, who they stand with. Everyday Americans or the roughly 750 billionaires in the United States. That's the stakes. Hundreds of millions of nurses, firefighters, office workers, systems administrators, salespeople, and their children versus the interest of roughly 750 people whose wealth grows by millions every single day. Ripping health coverage away from Americans may be the worst part of this budget, but it is far from the only bad provision. Instead, this budget is part of a broader decision by President Trump and congressional Republicans to force American families to pay more for food, health care, and education. Again, all so the wealthiest Americans can get a huge tax break. The big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump favors is expected to gut Medicaid by at least $880 billion. Cuts would be devastating to the 80 million Americans who rely on Medicaid and CHIP, who are almost entirely children, seniors, people with disabilities, and working men and women who depend upon Medicaid protection. Forcing struggling Americans to pay more for health insurance or to lose health coverage altogether is heartless policy and a slap in the face of the millions of families who are struggling to make ends meet. And yet, Medicaid is not the only target in the resolution. Food for the dinner table is also on the chopping block, with cuts of reportedly at least $230 billion. And each of us has seen news reports about the long lines at food pantries in our states. Who hasn't heard that the price of eggs is up 15% in the last month alone? Who doesn't remember also the campaign promise of Donald Trump to bring grocery prices down on the first day? Yet here we are with a Trump-backed bill that makes groceries even more expensive for 42 million Americans who qualify for SNAP. Gutting this program, the SNAP program, doesn't lower prices, but it sure will increase the problem of hunger in the richest country in the world. Put simply, President Trump's big, beautiful bill is forcing vulnerable American families to pay more for food and health care. Such policies directly contradict the president's campaign promise that, quote, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. Republicans can't dodge the truth. $880 billion in Medicaid cuts and $230 billion in SNAP cuts will mean more kids go hungry, more seniors can't afford life-saving treatment, and more households are forced into poverty. The budget resolution's cost-raising trifecta ends with higher education costs. Instead of making college more affordable and offering young Americans more pathways to prosperity, this Republican budget will increase the cost of student loans and cut other programs that help Americans offset the cost of education. Education cuts come at perhaps the worst time. Most jobs that provide living wages require some post-secondary education or training. A college education, which has long been a ticket to the middle class, is now too expensive for too many families. Meanwhile, the main source of government higher education aid for low and moderate income families, the Pell Grant, has lost most of its purchasing power. At its peak in 1975 and 1976, the Pell Grant, named after my predecessor, Senator Claiborne Pell, covered more than 75% of the cost of attendance at a public four-year college. Today, it covers less than 30%. Unsurprisingly, over 40 million Americans now have student loan debt, which prevents them in many cases from purchasing a home, moving to areas where they might be able to use their talents more effectively, and many other consequences. Forcing Americans to pay even more for college makes education less attainable, weakens our labor force, and will have long-term repercussions for American families, American prosperity, and American security. Now, many Americans may be wondering, what's the point of all these cuts? It's not about reforming programs. There has been no serious cost-benefit analysis of any of these programs. All they've looked at is, what does it cost, and how can we use that money to fund taxes? That's not government reform. That's not wise government. That's just ripping off most Americans to satisfy 785 billionaires. And it's not even about reducing the deficit. As I said, it's just unlocking a fast-track way to reward the wealthiest Americans, some of whom are now in the Trump administration. Republicans have been pretty clear. The central purpose of their budget is to permanently extend the failed 2017 Trump tax bill, which was an unpopular giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. Nearly half of the benefits from extending the Trump tax bill will flow just to the richest Americans, those earning $450,000 or more each year. President Trump promised on the campaign trail that, quote, starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. But we're now on day 32, and costs have not come down. In fact, inflation hit 3% for the first time in months this January, and the president took no action while egg prices hit record highs, a particular point of pain for many families. And just like this budget resolution, the president has been intent on forcing families to pay more, not less, for everyday goods. In just 1 month, the president has implemented or threatened tariff taxes on nearly every item imaginable. Nonpartisan experts are clear. These tariff taxes will not make America affordable again. The Peterson Institute projects the tariff taxes on Canada, Mexico, and China alone would cost U.S. households $1,200 a year. a tariff tax. Yale researchers have found the president's threat to place reciprocal tariffs on our trading partners would cost families $2,600 a year. Analysts at the investment bank Jefferies project car prices will jump by $2,700 under the president's Canada and Mexico tariffs, while the National Association of Home Builders found President Trump's lumber tariffs during his first term, which he promised to raise again in his first term, raised housing prices by $9,000. And he wants to do it again. We've also heard a lot about Mr. Musk's Doge and fraud, waste, and abuse, but that operation doesn't seem to be about preventing fraud, waste, and abuse, or lowering costs. By the way, if you were really interested in eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, why would you fire all the inspector generals? They are independent agents who are charged specifically to root out waste and corruption in the federal government. President Trump did that. So this is not about getting rid of waste or anything else. Again, find me trillions of dollars to give away to rich Americans. In fact, the other aspect of his goal is just to create mayhem and to impact so much of government, firing responsible staffers who are handling key issues, weapons, nuclear weapons. I was in the airport on Monday evening flying down from Providence, and a young lady came up to me and said she was fired a few days ago from the National Nuclear Administration because she was a probationary hire. But guess what? When they discovered that they could not protect nuclear weapons, not do sensitive maintenance on them so that they would be ready for deterrence, she was suddenly called back. Not very smart. We're trying to fire researchers who are out to cure Alzheimer's disease. We're trying to get rid of experts who fight bird flu and seeking access to computer systems at the IRS and the Social Security Administration, which contain personal and financial information for each and every single American. I don't think most Americans want Elon Musk to know all of their financial information, their personal information, maybe even healthcare information. But that could happen. It's not combating fraud, all these things. In fact, it's closer, particularly with the IRS information, to committing fraud. Indeed, the budget resolution we will vote on tonight is just further evidence that Republicans and President Trump have no plan and no real interest in lowering costs for families. And I think that's wrong. Now, I'm all for tax cuts, but it should be tax cuts for the middle class, tax cuts for those struggling with higher prices, and tax cuts for small business, not 750 billionaires. Forcing regular Americans to cover tax cuts for the richest Americans is not the sort of economic policy we should be pursuing in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to rethink which Americans deserve their support. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting last week, the Trump administration began firing hundreds of Federal Aviation Administration employees. Today, we had a hearing in the Commerce Committee to talk about what kind of a key lawyer we need at the FAA, and we asked questions about this. But what's perplexing is while the American people were watching in horror as a Delta Airlines plane flipped over on the Toronto runway, President Trump was focused instead on purging dedicated FAA employees from the federal workforce, something that I believe makes us less safe in the skies. Among those fired were aeronautical information specialists, legal instrument examiners, telecommunications specialists, all of whom played a key role in supporting the work of air traffic controllers. In fact, there was a story today in Politico. The headline is, "Air traffic controllers cannot do their work without us." That is a quote from the article. And inside the article, a statement reading from the article, "One of the people last week let go was an aeronautical information specialist, a member of a team outside Washington whose job it was to create maps and highways in the sky, the pre-planned routes that pilots control and controllers use to guide airplanes." So it's very perplexing that we've had these accidents, and now we have an administration that wants to cut people at the FAA. This headline here refers to the fact that the last Trump administration actually blocked safety rules. And that is what today's Commerce hearing was about for a number 2 person at the Department of Transportation, the people that served in the first Trump administration, and why did they block these safety rules? In fact, some of these safety rules, which would have required manufacturers to have better safety, were written and proposed by the FAA, but when the Trump administration came in, and then 9 days after the first MAX crash, somehow the rule that was set to move forward was pulled. So now we're seeing an administration that is being, in my mind, thoughtless to the incidents that we have now seen in aviation and saying it's okay to cut people at the FAA. I disagree. The administration has said that it's no big deal because it's 1% of the workforce. Now, I know the objective is to give a $4 trillion tax break to corporations and ultra-wealthy people, but I don't understand how making the skies less safe helps you in that agenda. It doesn't. The individual lives and safety of the American people are worth way more. These people that got fired are not just a bunch of junior hires. No. One news report stated that more than 130 of those eliminated held jobs that directly or indirectly support the air traffic controllers. They support the facilities and the technologies they use to keep the planes and their passengers safe, end quote. So you're going to tell me that a telecommunications specialist who supports the maintenance of key communication technology used by controllers is not important to aviation safety? What have we not seen in these incidents that have just occurred here in DCA and in other places? Are you going to tell me that the legal instrument examiners who ensure that the pilots are medically fit to fly are not important to aviation safety? Are you going to tell me that the air traffic controllers, the same workers that originally were exempted from the administration's hiring freeze, but then after the fatal collision at DCA put a spotlight on the issue, they literally came to a different answer? Most astonishing of all, though, is that the administration has let go of aeronautical information specialists who evaluate and prepare navigational charts and helicopter routes used by both controllers and pilots. Now, we just had this air collision in the DCA area. And what was it about? A route that didn't seem to be a decision somebody had made to let these planes fly too close together? Made no sense. How did that route get approved? Who at the FAA said it was a good idea to allow the Department of Defense to fly in the same airspace as a plane landing on runway 33 at DCA Airport? So mapping helicopter routes in a busy airspace, I think, is critically important, and not somebody who should have been fired this week from a job. Our aviation system is not a place where you can shortchange workers. This rule proves it. This rule, which would have mandated that manufacturers of aviation implement a safety management system constantly approving on analytical basis critical information about how to maintain safety. But it never got implemented. So I am concerned that an administration that in the previous Trump years thwarted the safety rule and now is firing people at the FAA after these crashes are going to continue to erode the aviation safety net. Surprisingly, after the helicopter crash with the CRJ from American Airlines, there was a lot of discussion about how and why a military helicopter would be in the same space as a CRJ regional jet trying to land in DCA from Kansas City. One of the questions asked was, why was there not this next generation technology that would allow the plane to be detected, and allow the helicopter to be detected. This included a DoD helicopter in the DCA collision incident. The issue is that the controllers needed this information, but an exemption 2 done in the Trump administration gave them an exemption to this. And this week we find out in a letter that they never, ever used ADS-B as a way to help us in our navigation safety. Air traffic controllers themselves know that these firings are anti-safety. Ken Greenwood, a constituent of mine in Washington State, who is a former air traffic controller, wrote me on Sunday about how important these workers are. According to him, he said, quote, "These technicians and engineers maintain every piece of equipment that keeps our flying public safe, keeps radars and instrument landing to air traffic controllers on automation, and the FAA technicians undergo years of specialized training to maintain critical missions and systems and cannot be replaced quickly. In the 35 years since I began my controller career, we have never had a surplus of technicians or engineers. To the contrary, it's a challenge to keep them in these jobs. Once our aviation system infrastructure is compromised, it takes decades to take it back, and money will not be saved, and lives may be lost," end quote. I thank Mr. Greenwood for his service. I hope the administration is listening. I hope that you figure out now is not the time to shortchange aviation. Unfortunately, right now we don't even have a confirmed FAA administrator. They're critical to this job. We had a strong administrator, Mike Whitaker, who was confirmed 98-0 by this body. But that didn't matter to Elon Musk, who went after Administrator Whitaker because he dared to fine SpaceX for not following the rules. And as a result, the FAA now does not have an administrator at one of its most critical points in decades. All the firing of employees and dangling resignations and trying to get people to resign to save money, to give a tax break, and $4 trillion to corporations and the ultra-wealthy is not what we should be doing. We should be working hard on aviation safety. We should not be rolling back safety rules. We should be enforcing safety rules and implementing them as fast as we can that says this body knows that aviation safety is a priority. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I returned from Ukraine earlier this week, where I saw both the suffering that the Ukrainian people have endured over the past 3 years at Putin's hand, and the courage they have forged to save their country and their children. the suburban town of Bucha, where Russian troops tortured and massacred hundreds of civilians in the first day of Putin's unprovoked invasion. The shattered children's hospital Putin's missiles nearly destroyed, apartment buildings in central Kyiv struck by Putin's drones, and lawyers searching for the thousands of Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped from their parents by Russian soldiers. By most estimates, at least 40,000 Ukrainian troops have been killed in battle, and another 380,000 have been wounded since Putin's invasion. A draft of the general population in that country means that war has scarred nearly every neighborhood in this massive country. In cemeteries all across Ukraine, fresh graves piled with dirt and flowers testify to their sacrifice. At least 12,000 civilians have been killed. Amid this torment, the Ukrainian people continue to send troops to the front in the dead of winter and to mobilize to keep their businesses and their homes and their kids in school. They did not ask for Putin's thuggish invasion. And from the very beginning, our intelligence agencies have told us something that Putin never has understood, that the Ukrainian people will never submit to him, that if every weapon were denied them, they would fight with sticks and stones and their bare hands to protect their country from any invading tyrant, but especially from Vladimir Putin of Russia. Fortunately for Ukraine and for the rest of the free world, they have not had to fight this invasion with their bare hands. The American people have steadfastly supported them. We have sent $66 billion in military aid and $51 billion in non-military aid. That's a lot of money, Mr. President, but it represents just 0.52% of our GDP. Unlike the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, not a single American soldier has been sent to fight. Our European allies have stepped up as well. Together, they've actually committed more than the United States. But their sums represent a much larger percentage of their economies, which makes sense because they are closer to the danger that Russia poses. And at the same time, even farther allies like Australia and Japan continue to support Ukraine as well. Our allies and our partners know the stakes of this war. They know that supporting Ukraine means standing with people that are willing to fight for the country that they love. They know that rolling over to Putin will embolden other dictators around the world, especially Xi Jinping of China. The rest of us may not need this reminder, Mr. President, but the people sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue apparently do, since they seem to be the only ones in the free world who do not understand the stakes of this war. Over the last few days, President Trump has chosen the side of tyranny, of Putin, of Xi, and profoundly undermined our national security. Like someone reading Russian Twitter bots, he deliberately and falsely accused Ukraine of starting the war. He called Zelensky, the freedom fighter who's leading the fight in Ukraine, a dictator. Mr. President, he invited Russia to rejoin the G7, a group of the world's most powerful democracies that has met regularly since the 1970s, and which threw out Russia after Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014. Before negotiations have even started, Mr. President, President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, took Ukraine's potential NATO membership off the table. And just this week, the Trump administration held talks with Russia in Saudi Arabia without the decency of even inviting Ukraine to the table. It pains me to say it, But our old colleague, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, even suggested that the United States should lift sanctions on and bolster economic collaboration with Russia while Russia shells civilians in Ukraine. Some of our Republican colleagues believe it doesn't matter what President Trump says, only what he does. That it doesn't matter when he says that he's going to send American troops to Gaza, or seize the Panama Canal, or falsely accuse Ukraine of starting this war. But a president's words matter more than most, and President Trump's harmful words and policies will only embolden Putin. They will further convince Putin that he is winning, that time is on his side, and that he has no reason to accept a peace deal that is anything less than overwhelmingly favorable to his maximalist desires. In literally every one of his comments on Ukraine, President Trump has undermined our national security. Every time he opens his mouth, he weakens our bargaining position and makes the world more dangerous. We all want this war to end. On that, the President and I agree. But for the sake of Ukraine and the sake of the free world, it must only end with a just and enduring peace. While the United States and our allies and Ukraine work together to establish the terms of the peace and to get ready to negotiate with Putin, the Ukrainians are going to have to keep fighting throughout this winter season, this freezing winter, where the civilian population is just doing everything they can to keep their houses and their businesses and their schools warm and livable. The Ukrainian soldiers are not asking to be relieved of this terrible burden. They are embracing it because they know that any ceasefire without meaningful security guarantees will allow Putin to rebuild his weakened army and attack again and again and again. And obviously, everyone in this chamber knows that any meaningful negotiation has to include Ukraine. Doing anything else, as the Trump administration just did in Saudi Arabia, would be an insult to the memory of every soldier who's laid down their life in this war. I cannot claim, Mr. President, to know Donald Trump well. It is obvious that I deeply regret his election. But I don't blame him for winning the election. He beat my party, the Democratic Party, badly in 2 elections. He even found a way to get elected after he was the first president in American history to take away a fundamental civil right from the American people, a woman's right to choose, and still got elected again. That is extraordinary. And it is a testament, I'm sorry to say, to the Democratic Party's weaknesses and to his own skills and talents. Particularly in this era, I don't doubt that his experience as a reality TV star taught him things that helped him get elected. I am much less certain, however, that his checkered commercial real estate background prepared him to negotiate a hotel deal with Vladimir Putin, much less a deal that concerns the fate of the free world. Donald Trump is not the only person, Mr. President, with private sector experience in our government. I can tell you from my experience working in Denver, when someone is having a negotiation who has deal fever, you can see it, you can smell it when they are so desperate for a deal on any terms. The people that I negotiated with in Denver had a lot more discipline than that. We told each other that we would never agree to any deal that hadn't cratered at least 3 times, because that was the only way you could tell whether you were getting the best deal. If you didn't have the guts to walk away, Mr. President, you were never going to get the best deal that you could. I have never seen a worse case of deal fever than Donald Trump's approach to the coming negotiation with Vladimir Putin. Never in my life have I seen it, and it's never been more important. I doubt the world has seen such an ill-conceived pursuit of negotiation since the infamous 1938 Munich Agreement, in which the UK and France and Italy allowed Nazi Germany to annex part of Czechoslovakia. And the damage he's doing is not only that we will get a worse deal, it's that we will undermine Ukraine's position on the front lines. Without security guarantees from the United States and from Europe, Putin will only bide his time, regroup, and invade again. After the fictions that President Trump has spewed about who started this war, not to mention the chorus of defeatism from his vice president, his secretary of defense, and the director of national intelligence, does anybody, including Putin and Xi Jinping, doubt what would happen if Putin invaded again? This is less the art of the deal, Mr. President, I'm afraid, than it is the art of defeat. After all these years, after all these battles, it would be truly pathetic for the United States, the world's most powerful country, to accept a fever-induced deal like with Russia, like the Munich Agreement. Look it up, not perhaps on Twitter, but in your much more reliable 10th grade Western Civ textbook. After that deal, Hitler did not stop in Czechoslovakia, but continued his war on Europe. And left unchecked, Putin will do the same thing. Putin's propagandists have told us repeatedly, and to make matters worse, anyone concerned about Beijing's potential takeover of Taiwan knows that there will be no better test of how the free world will respond to Xi's potential invasion than how we respond to Putin's. Come to think of it, if China does invade Taiwan, how would we evaluate the leadership capacity of an American president who claimed that it was Taiwan who had invaded China, not the other way around? That is the level of duplicity that we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. So, why the deal fever? That's a good question, Mr. President. President Trump's aspiration for a Nobel Peace Prize is well known. He can hang it next to his gold-plated faucets and his first editions of The Art of the Deal. But if he heard from people in this chamber, even he might think twice if he understood that walking down this path of appeasement makes him more likely to be remembered like Neville Chamberlain. Negotiations can end this war in a just matter only if Ukraine can negotiate them from a place of strength. The American people have been incredibly generous in our support of Ukraine. But even so, this war has cost us less than 0.6% of our GDP, while allowing us to send Ukraine old weapons when we invest in our own cutting-edge replacement, permitting us to learn from Ukraine's extraordinary innovation on the front lines and its world-class use of new warfighting technologies such as drones, and boosting our economy without costing a single American soldier's life. We and our European allies have to continue surging military assistance to Ukraine, not forever, but so Ukraine is best positioned to make this deal, not just for Ukraine, but for us and for free countries all over the world. And contrary to what many people believed at the outset of this war and what President Trump apparently believes today, Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been costly to him, very costly to him. 3 years of the Ukrainian people's tenacity and courage have degraded the Russian military. As we speak, Russia is losing twice the number of soldiers every month as Putin's war continues. In total, Putin has squandered more than $200 billion and suffered a staggering 700,000 casualties at the hands of Ukrainian patriots. 3 times the number of soldiers Russia lost in Afghanistan, a country famously regarded as the graveyard of empires. We didn't ask for this war, neither did Ukraine. But Putin is in a weaker position to threaten Europe today than when he first swung his iron fist at the Ukrainian people. The last thing we should do now is weaken our negotiating position when we and Europe have so much at stake, when the world has so much at stake. Putin believes he can beat Ukraine not because he thinks Ukrainians are weak, but because he thinks we are weak. And he thinks President Trump is a pushover and a sucker. At the beginning of his invasion of Ukraine, Putin, who is surrounded, as tyrants are and dictators are, by yes men who are scared to tell him the truth about their own weaknesses, and in this case, Russia's weaknesses, made 3 fundamental miscalculations going into the war. One was about the strength of his own army. He had invested billions of dollars planning for the invasion, but much of it was siphoned off because of Russia's endemic corruption. The second miscalculation was about the Ukrainian people's patriotism and willingness to fight to the death. No matter how President Trump tries to undermine this sacrifice, the honor roll of history will forever record Ukraine's courage. Putin's third miscalculation was that the world would roll over and allow him to invade his peaceful neighbor. Unlike the other 2 mistakes, he had evidence for the final point. After all, when he began his invasion in 2014 by lawlessly sending his little green men to occupy Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, the world did nothing. The United States did nothing. He thought the world would do nothing when he invaded again. It turned out, unlike Putin, we actually learned from our mistake. The free world has stood up to Putin this time around. We have supplied arms and other support while the Ukrainian people have died on the front line of their country and for the West. Their cemeteries are bulging with fresh graves. They have earned the free world's support. But even more important to us and our allies, we have protected our national security and affirmed our commitment to the post-World War II rules-based international order. How this ends will determine whether that order persists and whether the United States continues to provide the leadership our parents and grandparents supplied since World War II. World War II was another war started by a tyrant, but it was ended by the world's democracies. Many Americans inside this chamber and outside understand the stakes. They know, as Ronald Reagan proclaimed 40 years ago, in advancing freedom, Americans carry a special burden, a belief in the dignity of man, and that freedom is America's core and that we should never deny it nor forsake it. This is what we risk today by withdrawing our support of Ukraine. We will abandon both the Ukrainian people and the core of what America stands for, and we cannot do it, Mr. President. This is personal for me and so many of us. My mom was born a Jew in Warsaw in 1938. She and her parents and an aunt were the only ones who survived the Holocaust. The Nazis killed everyone else in her family. Authoritarian aggression left an indelible mark on my family and countless other families in Ukraine and Poland in the 1930s and 1940s, where Stalin and Hitler killed together 16 million human beings. These victims of fascism died believing that they were invisible to the rest of the world, forgotten people in unforgettable years. The lesson I learned from my mom is that the United States can never let that happen again by trying to appease a dictator the way that Chamberlain did. That is not apocryphal or a made-up story. I had dinner last night with my mom. She is 86 years old, Mr. President. She can't believe that she's lived long enough. I'm happy that she has, but she can't believe that she's lived long enough to see another tyrant's invasion of their peaceful, democratic, European neighbor. But she hasn't lived long enough to forget her generation's searing lessons. She knows the eternal truth that the greatest enemy of fascism is man. Even if President Trump continues to ignore reality, my mother and millions of Americans who make up the greatest generation understand the United States has a special responsibility here. It has always been far too easy for some in high office to ignore their moral responsibility to people sacrificing their lives a continent away on behalf of our shared values and interests. History occasionally records their name like Chamberlain in blood. It is particularly easy today to play to self-defeating isolationist tendencies and the daily headlines, to make rash comments that are foolish and unpatriotic, and that Russian trolls spread like wildfire across social media platforms. It's far too easy to do the wrong thing. It always has been, Mr. President. It's a lot harder, but it's necessary for the living to stand for freedom and democracy, and those willing to give the last measure of themselves for those eternal values. At this moment, the United States is the only country who can lead the free world against these dictators, against these tyrants. The Americans who serve in this chamber, Mr. President, must fulfill our responsibility to the American people and demand the President fulfill his patriotic responsibility in the days ahead. Everything now, Mr. President, is in our hand. The moment demands that the United States of America lead for the sake of the Ukrainian people, for our own national security, and for democracy around the world. Our failure will not just be damaging, Mr. President, it will be devastating. I yield the floor.
President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Vermont.
Thank you. We live in difficult times, in times where people throughout our country are experiencing a great deal of anxiety for a number of reasons. And in the midst of all of that, it is important that we not forget what is taking place not only in Ukraine, but back home here in the United States. And back home, right now, tens of millions of Americans are struggling economically to keep their heads above water. 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 85 million are uninsured or underinsured. And we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. And as someone who has visited senior centers throughout the state of Vermont, and have spoken to seniors throughout our country, I can tell you that there is a significant level of fear and anxiety among the older people in this country with regard to what's happening right here in D.C. When we have a president of the United States and Republicans who are talking about massive cuts to Medicaid, let's understand, and seniors do understand, that we are not just talking about throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have at a time when we are the only major country on earth not to provide health care to all people, not just kids off of health care. We're talking about massive cuts to community health centers, which receive over 40% of their funding from Medicaid, and where millions of seniors go to get the primary care they need. And at a time when we already have a major crisis in nursing home availability, let us understand that Medicaid provides funding for 2 out of every 3 seniors who live in nursing homes. In other words, massive cuts to Medicaid would be a disaster for senior citizens throughout this country. But it is not just Medicaid cuts that worry our seniors. Today, quite unbelievably, and we don't talk about this anywhere near enough, 25% of people in our country who are 65 years of age or older are trying to survive on incomes of $15,000 a year or less. I myself do not know how anybody, let alone a senior with health care needs, can survive on $15,000 a year, but that is what 25% of our seniors are trying to do. Mr. President, this issue of so many seniors struggling to get by, struggling to heat their homes, struggling to buy the food or the prescription drugs they need, this is an issue we must address. And it is a crisis that is unacceptable in the richest country in the history of the world. And that is why, Mr. President, I am proud to tell you that within the next several weeks, I, along with a number of co-sponsors, will be introducing legislation that expands Social Security benefits and extends the solvency of Social Security for decades. You know, we're hearing a lot of talk about cutting Social Security. We should not be talking about cutting Social Security. We must be talking about expanding Social Security benefits. And the legislation that I will introduce would do just that. It would expand Social Security benefits by $2,400 a year, and it would not raise taxes by 1 penny on the bottom 93% of Americans, those who make less than $250,000 a year. And how do we do that? By lifting the cap and applying the Social Security payroll tax on all income above $250,000. Unbelievably, under current law, a billionaire pays the same amount of money into Social Security as someone who makes $176,000 a year. Elon Musk, worth $400 billion, pays the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000. That is because under Social Security, there is an absurd cap on taxable income. If we lifted that cap and made sure that millionaires and billionaires paid the same percentage of their income into Social Security as the working class of this country, we could extend the life of Social Security for generations to come and lift millions of seniors out of poverty. Further, Mr. President, when we talk about the needs of senior citizens in this country, I want to mention that I will also be introducing legislation to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. It is unacceptable that millions of seniors are unable to read a newspaper because they cannot afford eyeglasses, can't have conversations with their grandchildren because they can't afford hearing aids and have trouble eating because they cannot afford dentures. That should not be happening in the United States of America in the year 2025. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing is an extremely popular concept. Poll after poll shows that 80% of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, independents, support doing just that. Mr. President, when we talk about the anxieties that the American people are now experiencing, it is not just, to say the least, senior citizens. All across this country, there is a growing fear that the Trump administration is undermining the Constitution of our country, a Constitution which has kept us a free nation and an example, a model for the rest of the world for the last 250 years. During the last month alone, President Trump has attempted to usurp the powers of Congress, illegally and unconstitutionally refusing to fund programs passed by Congress. He has illegally destroyed agencies like USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that were created by Congress. And under the leadership of Mr. Musk, they have illegally and inappropriately gained access to tax data and Social Security data of millions of Americans, et cetera, et cetera. Every day, they are acting in an illegal and unconstitutional manner. And I would say this, and I don't know if people take it seriously or not, I do. Just this week, President Trump tweeted, quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," end of quote. Wow. In other words, Mr. Trump sees himself, the President of the United States, as above the law and immune from the basic rules of the Constitution and the separation of powers that have governed this country since the founding. Okay? Anything I want to do, I'm president, I can do it. Doesn't matter what Congress says, doesn't matter what the Constitution says, that doesn't matter what the rule of law is about. Hey, I'm the president, I'm trying to save the country. I don't need to hear from anybody else. That's not what Americans fought and died to preserve. That's not what this country is about. And with regard to the movement toward authoritarianism, let me say a few words about an area that I think has not gotten much attention at all, and that is Trump's attack on the free press, which is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. Founding fathers of this country considered freedom of speech and free press to be enormously important. That was the First Amendment. Mr. Trump has sued CBS and its parent company, Paramount, for $20 billion because he didn't like how they edited an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. The company is now reportedly considering settling the lawsuit, and I certainly hope they do not do that, out of fear of retaliation from Trump's FCC. He did not like a television program on CBS. Well, many of us don't like television programs on CBS or NBC or Fox or ABC. But you don't sue somebody for $20 billion because you didn't like the program. And obviously, the intention of that lawsuit is clear, and that is that CBS and every other network and media outlet will now have to look over their shoulder. Oh my goodness, we're saying something critical of Donald Trump. Is he going to sue us for $5 billion, for $10 billion? Is he going to drive us out of business? Maybe we should not run that program. Maybe we should not do that investigative report. Not just CBS. In recent times, he has sued ABC. He has sued Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. He has sued the Des Moines Register. What crime did a little newspaper in Iowa make? What was their crime? They ran a poll which turned out in retrospect, to be inaccurate. So pollsters all over America, be careful. There was a poll coming out just today, I saw it, that Trump's unfavorables are going up. Hey, you may be sued. Pull that poll. I mean, how absurd is that? And what kind of threat is it to freedom of speech and expression in this country? And, Mr. President, when we talk about the Trump administration's movement toward authoritarianism, we should take note of another remarkable and troubling set of events that happened just this week, and my colleague from Colorado spoke at length on that. We saw the President of the United States openly aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and abandon our closest democratic allies in Europe. Trump made it clear that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his pal, and our longtime democratic allies as his enemies. It appears that Mr. Trump wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but dangerous and unstable for democracies. And when we talk about authoritarianism, we have got to mention the growing phenomenon in this country of the big lie. The big lie. Say something that is blatantly untrue, repeat it over and over again, and then blast that lie out on social media until people actually believe it. And let me mention one of the very big lies that Trump said recently regarding the war in Ukraine. Earlier this week, the President said that Ukraine started the war. Trump said that Ukraine started the war. Really? That is, as I hope every member of the Senate knows, an absolute lie. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again on February 24th, 2022. And on that date, February 24th, 2022, Putin's tanks and troops rolled into Ukraine. And on that day, Russian aircraft began bombing targets all over Ukraine. Russia started the war, period, end of discussion. Trump is lying. Since Putin's invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured every single day. Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones on Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky, not Putin, but Zelensky, a dictator. And that obviously is not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections, and in the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and open and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump recently claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the U.S. has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that is another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That is not new. It's what this all reveals about where we want to take our country and where we want the world to be moving, what direction. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does Putin want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia now holds sham elections where Putin wins 90% of the vote, and authorities there do not even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are in prison for protesting Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's Russia since his invasion of Ukraine. That, Mr. President, is the Russian leader that Donald Trump admires. But, Mr. President, my Republican colleagues know all of this. And what is particularly disturbing to me, and I believe the American people, is my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, understand and know that Trump is lying. They know that Russia started the war, not Ukraine. They know that Putin is a dictator, not Zelensky. But their silence has been overwhelming on this issue. I cannot tell you how many times I have sat here on the floor and I have listened to my Republican colleagues come to the Senate to condemn Vladimir Putin and his brutal invasion of Ukraine. And many of their remarks were right on the money, they were perceptive, and they were right. And my simple question to my Republican colleagues right now is, where are you now? Last I heard, Mr. President, this is still a democracy. Last I heard, we are still allowed to disagree with the President of the United States, even if he is a member of your own party. Last I heard, we are allowed to call out the President when he lies, blatantly lies, even if he is a member of our own party. And what really bothers me is I know that many of my Republican colleagues understand all of this. And I just want to give you an example of what is going on right now. Let me just quote a few of my Republican colleagues in statements they have made since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. These are Republican members of the United States Senate. And I'm not going to mention names right now. Don't want to embarrass anybody, put anybody on the spot. But these are quotes. One leading Republican said, quote, "We must remember that the instigator of this war was Russia. It was President Putin who launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine," end of quote. And that Republican colleague was obviously right. Another Republican said, I quote, "I think Vladimir Putin started the war. I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster." That's a Republican colleague. A third Republican colleague said, quote, "There is no equivalency between Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. President Putin is evil and he has to be stopped," end quote. Fourth Republican, and this is just a few of the quotes. I could probably come up with dozens of quotes. Fourth Republican said, when the war began, quote, "Today's invasion of Ukraine by Russia is a premeditated and flagrant act of war. Putin has violated the border of a sovereign country." And that senator later said, "Anyone who is surprised by Putin's deadly attack on a sovereign nation has not been paying attention. These are the actions of a madman," end of quote. And just recently, that very same senator said, quote, Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. If we abandon Ukraine and throw in the towel, as some would like us to do, that is going to drastically change how people view the United States and how people rely on the United States, and there will be major consequences, end of quote. And a fifth Republican colleague here in the Senate called Putin a quote-unquote thug and compared him to Hitler. He said, quote, Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal that needs to be dealt with, end of quote. That is what my Republican colleagues have said time and time again. And the question is now, do you have the courage to continue telling the truth when the President of the United States is lying? This is an extraordinarily pivotal moment in American history. And all of us must have the courage to stand up for truth, to stand up for democracy, to oppose authoritarianism. This is the moment. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
families lose, billionaires win. That is the proposition at the heart of the Republican budget resolution. Now, this plan is going to be explored tonight through a series of amendments. And as the American people watch how we vote on these amendments, it'll become clearer and clearer what it's all about. Families lose, billionaires win. We will see tonight the Democrats vote against irreparable increases to the deficit, and Republicans vote to explode the deficit. We will see tonight Democrats vote against tax giveaways to the billionaires, and Republicans vote for tax giveaways to the billionaires. We will see tonight Democrats vote again and again to protect programs that support families, while Republicans vote time and time again to slash those programs. Those programs families depend on to be on their feet and to thrive, to move into the middle class, to move beyond the middle class, to know with confidence that their children will have a strong foundation for growing up. That is what we will see tonight. Families lose and billionaires win. Democrats will fight this terrible vision for America in every single way we can. Now, our Republican colleagues earlier on the floor said, oh, no, this bill is nothing except a little bit about border security and national security. If that were true, then why isn't this a conversation in the Spending Committee, the Appropriations Committee? If that were true, why did our Republican colleagues repeatedly block bipartisan border and defense bills? Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed a strong bipartisan defense bill. Let's pass it. Last year, the Senate negotiated a bipartisan border deal, and Donald Trump, the candidate, killed it, saying he wanted to exploit the issue of immigration on the campaign trail. Well, the campaign is over. There is a path now for that same bipartisan bill on the border. All of this makes it absolutely clear that this bill is not about border and defense. This bill is all about this: families losing, billionaires winning. This bill has a budget table that relays that they're going to slash $1 trillion in programs for families in just the last 6 months of this fiscal year, between now and September 30th. And to do so, to fund more tax giveaways to mega millionaires and billionaires. Cut the programs for families to fund tax cuts for billionaires. That's what this is about. We saw that also last Wednesday, in the Budget Committee. Democrats offered amendment after amendment to protect programs. And what did we see? Protect against the rising cost of groceries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. make sure that we don't lose the tax credits that enable middle class to buy health insurance on the exchange. Democrats defended those credits. Republicans voted against it. Attack Medicaid, health care for the poor. Democrats voted to protect Medicaid, and Republicans voted against it. Lower the price of prescription drugs so we don't pay more than people in other countries. Democrats voted for that protection. Republicans rejected it. And on, renting or buying a home, controlling the costs. Democrats voted to defend and lower housing costs. Republicans rejected it. Making college more expensive, Democrats said no way. We voted against that. Republicans rejected so they could raise costs on college loans and on child care. That's what this bill is about. Families lose and billionaires win. Republicans rejected every single amendment to help families stand on their feet and thrive, and families are going to pay a much higher price. In fact, this budget resolution opens the door to higher prices on groceries. That's Trumpflation. Trumpflation has arrived. This budget opens the door to making health care more expensive, both for low-income families and for middle-class families. Trumpflation. This budget opens the door to making college more expensive. You know, I was the first in my family to go to college. It was a really big deal that we found a way to be able to afford to go. My family helped out, and I worked my way all through college. Making it more expensive? That's wrong. Trumpflation has arrived in the form of making college more expensive. All of this strategy to increase the costs for Americans. Why? I'm not getting any calls to my office. Are you getting any calls to your office, colleagues? Saying, we want to raise the cost of America? Didn't I hear Trump on the campaign trail saying he was all about lowering costs? But tonight, this bill is about Trumpflation, increasing the cost of goods to ordinary Americans. Yes, it's about decreasing the cost to billionaires through massive tax cuts. This bill is all about helping the billionaire team. But those thousands of phone calls I've gotten, some days I've had over 2,000 phone calls, not one single one said we want Trumpflation. Not one single one said we want tax cuts for billionaires. Not one single call at 2,000 a day said we want you to cut the programs that enable families to be on their feet in health care and housing and education and child care. Candidate Trump is a different person from President Trump. Candidate Trump said, I'm running to fight for families. But now, who's he fighting for? He's fighting for the mega millionaires and the billionaires. This is a great betrayal. And this connection exists between cutting the programs for families and funding tax giveaways to those mega millionaires and billionaires. And we've seen this movie before. We saw it in the 2017 strategy during the last Trump administration. They did a tax bill, and almost all the money went to the wealthiest Americans. So this isn't some fiction about President Trump. This is a clear replay of the Republican plan. They did it before, and they're doing it again. Now, you've probably heard the expression during your life, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, America, you're getting fooled a second time. This is the great betrayal. Let's not let that happen. We will fight it here. But it's going to take American citizens rising up to their feet, getting off of the couch, joining organizations, making their voice heard. That's what's going to make the difference in the course of what happens here in Congress. It is the voice of the people on the streets, as well as the battle we lead inside this chamber, that is going to save us from Trumpflation, that's going to save us from the plan that attacks families and feathers the nest of billionaires. This connection between cutting programs for families and increasing tax giveaways for billionaires, it's actually in the Republican bill on the House side. They made it explicit. This House language says for every additional dollar they cut from the safety net, they can give away an additional dollar to billionaires in tax cuts. It's in the Republican bill in the House just down the hall. That's a pretty remarkable and bold thing to lay out for all of America to read. There's an additional factor here in the Republican plan, and that is to run the nation deeper into debt. We have seen this play again before. Each of these bars represents an administration. The first President Bush administration, the Clinton administration, George W. Bush, his 8 years, Obama's 8 years, Trump's 4 years, Biden's 4 years. Now, what you see is the difference between the deficit their first year in office and their last year in office. So what happened over the course of H.W. Bush's 4 years is the deficit went up. What you see in Clinton's 8 years is the annual deficit went down. His last deficit was not even a deficit, it was a surplus. George W. Bush came along and said, let's run that deficit right back up. And he did it. 8 years, a lot more deficit his 8th year than his first year. Obama came along and said, fiscal discipline, let's lower that deficit, and he lowered it year after year, from his first year to his 8th year. And then we come to the first Trump administration, and he just blew the top off it all. Talk about the biggest contributor, the biggest deficits, the biggest contributor to national debt. It's the first Trump administration. And along comes the Biden administration and says, we got to lower those deficits, and his 4 years, his fourth deficit was much lower than his first. Now we're seeing Trump 2. And this budget plan tonight, that's this bar. This is going back up. Maybe not as large to be planned as Trump 1 in terms of debt, but absolutely going in the wrong direction. So it's a mystery. My Republican colleagues, they campaign as fiscally conservative. They say they're going to lower the deficit, and every single time they fool us. They come in here, they cut the taxes for the richest Americans, revenues proceed to fail to compensate, and they run up the deficit. And now they're going to do it again if we let this budget resolution pass. So let's not let it pass. Let's oppose it. Republican colleagues, come and join us in fiscal responsibility and take this budget resolution, laying out a vision of more and more deficits and more debt, and put it in the wood chipper. We've been hearing a lot about the wood chipper. Take this plan that cuts programs for families and put it in the wood chipper. Take this plan that gives tax giveaways to the richest Americans, the mega millionaires and the billionaires, and put it in the wood chipper, because it is wrong for America to attack the programs for families in order to fund tax giveaways to billionaires. President Trump has said he wants a big, beautiful, beautiful bill. But you know what? There's nothing beautiful about the bill that is on the floor tonight. There's nothing beautiful about destroying the programs families depend on. There's nothing beautiful about using those cuts to fund tax cuts for billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about running up the deficits and debt Republican style that they do every single time. What we have right now is not government by and for the people. What we have right now is by and for the billionaires. President Trump made that very clear at his inaugural address. Who do we have standing right behind him? Mark Zuckerberg, the billionaire of Facebook. At this end, the scowl on his face, Elon Musk, CEO of so many companies, including Tesla. Who do we have? Jeff Bezos of Amazon. one of the richest men in the world, along with Elon Musk. And we have Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, the mother company of Google. By and for billionaires. That's what that's all about. So Democrats will not rest tonight until we vote on each of our amendments to protect working families. We will not rest tonight till we vote on each of our amendments to stop the tax giveaways to billionaires. And tonight, Democrats will be fighting by ourselves, inviting our Republican colleagues to join us. But we will not be fighting for ourselves alone. We are fighting for the American family. This Republican budget, it is the great betrayal, and we, the Democrats, will fight to stop it. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Chair recognizes the Democrat leader.
Now, in a few moments, senators will begin voting on amendments to the Republican plan that cuts taxes for the ultra-rich. Everything that Donald Trump and the Republicans have done over the last month, all the chaos, all the lawlessness that we've seen, serves one crooked goal. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Republicans are trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, the American people, pay the cost. It can be summed up very simply in this wonderful chart that my friend from Oregon has put together. What the chart says, under the Republican plan, families lose, billionaires win. What could be further from what Americans want? What could be further? Tonight, Democrats are going to force Republicans to defend their tax cuts for billionaires like Elon Musk. We're going to be here all night. We're going to put forward amendments forcing Republicans to defend their unpopular agenda, exposing the Republican plan for what it is: a massive, massive billionaire giveaway paid for on the backs of working class and middle class Americans. The Republicans know they want to hide this. They know it's not popular. They know 80% of the American people dislike this plan. So Donald Trump and others obfuscate. They want us to pay attention to Gulf of America, building hotels in Gaza, annexing Canada. Why? Why are they doing these bits of foolishness? They don't want the American people to see that the Republican plan has families lose and billionaires win. Our amendments will come in three categories. One, focused on tax cuts for the billionaires, trying to undo those. One, focused on the damage Republicans will inflict on American families in order to pay for their tax cuts. And one bucket, the final bucket, focused on lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Those are the categories. One focused on tax cuts for billionaires, one focused on damage Republicans inflict on American families to pay for those tax cuts, and one on Trump's lawlessness and corruption done in service to create chaos so they can cut taxes for billionaires. Let me repeat. Tonight, Democrats will force Republicans to defend their cuts for billionaires. And tonight will just be the first time. We'll be doing this over and over again because we know that they don't want the American people to know that that's their North Star. Almost everything they do is aimed at getting those tax breaks for the billionaires. We're also going to force Republicans to defend their cuts on American families, cutting health care and Medicaid and education and housing and more, all to pay for the tax cuts for their billionaire buddies. Finally, Democrats will force the Republicans to defend Donald Trump's scorched earth assault on the rule of law, an assault he is waging in order to put more money in the pockets of billionaires. That's what tonight's all about, how Republicans want to help billionaires win, American families lose, and the rule of law burn to the ground. I thank my colleagues for bringing the amendments to the floor. We're going to be here all night. We have lots of amendments that are in these three categories. It'll be a long night, but it's a debate the American people need to see, deserve to see. And that's why we're here. We Democrats are glad to have this debate. Let's have it 2-3 more times. When they come up with this new reconciliation and that, when the House and Senate Republicans finally get their act together, bring it on. I am proud to offer tonight's very first amendment, one that makes a simple proposal. Nobody making more than $1 billion should get yet another tax break. That's it. That's the amendment. You make $1 billion, God bless you, you're doing fine, but you don't deserve a tax break. I'd love to hear the Republicans argue why, of all people who need a tax break right now, it's the billionaire class. In this era of high inflation and growing inequality, billionaires aren't the ones who should be getting the massive tax giveaway. They're doing just fine. Instead, we should be helping working and middle-class Americans get better jobs, earn higher paychecks, pay lower costs. So tonight, the very first question Republicans must answer is this: do you agree, Mr. and Mrs. Republican Senator, Ms. Republican Senator, all the Republican senators, do all the Republican senators agree that billionaires should not be getting another tax break? Yes or no? And if you don't think they should get a tax break, a billionaire should get a tax break, just vote with us in supporting this amendment. We're going to get our answer very, very soon. And that answer, the American people are going to see over and over and over again, over the next hours, the next days, the next weeks, the next months. The second amendment will be offered by Senator Klobuchar to prevent Republicans from lowering taxes for billionaires if the price of food keeps going up. Donald Trump said, and when he was campaigning, he's going to bring inflation down on day one. But inflation's going up. Donald Trump, Mr. President Trump, it's going up. What about your promise? It's going to go down on day one. Grocery prices are up. Chicken, pork, steak, more expensive. Eggs, up 15% from last month. While Americans continue to struggle, paying for groceries, feeding their kids, the last thing we should be doing is cutting taxes for the richest of the rich in this country. And I will offer the third amendment of the evening, one that stops Republicans from kicking people off Medicaid to pay for their billionaire tax breaks. 80 million Americans, a little less than a quarter of all Americans, 80 million, get health insurance through Medicaid, from newborn kids to working moms to seniors in nursing homes and assisted living homes. Republicans have made it crystal clear that gutting Medicaid is one of their main strategies for paying for their massive tax cuts. Look no further than the House Republican proposal. A huge amount of the cuts to Medicaid. What do you tell people who need health care, who are working people who use Medicaid? What do you tell people who use community health centers, which give efficient health care, Mr. Musk, efficient health care? What do you tell a family who has a mom in a nursing home, and that nursing home will get cut, so mom has to come home and live with that family? Build a new room in the house, but wood prices are going up if Trump puts in his tariffs. What do you tell them? And remember, I would remind my Republican colleagues, when you tried this in 2017, tax cuts for the rich, cutting health care, in that case ACA, America didn't like it. They're not going to like it again. My amendment will ask Republicans, do they really want to cut taxes for billionaires so badly that they're willing to take health care away from kids, that they're willing to kick grandparents out of nursing homes and abandon Americans with disability and take away health care from rural America? We'll see what they do. Now, Republicans can spin their agenda however they want. They certainly will try to change the subject. They won't admit that their tax breaks are aimed at the wealthiest. They can try to pass one bill. They can try to pass two bills. They can try to pass 50 bills. Doesn't matter. They can slice and dice their policies in whatever order they wish. It doesn't matter in the end. Republicans' North Star is singular, unchanging. They're trying to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have you, American people, American families, pay the cost. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield back all time.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the first amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Schumer, number 454, Klobuchar, number 494, Merkley, number 473.
Schumer, that's my...
Without objection.
I'm supposed to be the third one.
Thank you.
Right? Yes? Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the
I
Democratic
call up
Leader.
my amendment number 454 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes an amendment numbered 454.
Mr. President, I'm proud to offer tonight's very first amendment. It makes a simple proposal. No billionaire should get another tax break. I ask my Republican colleagues, yes or no? Do you believe billionaires should get another tax break or not? Vote yes on this amendment if you think billionaires should not get another tax break.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, and facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill. nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access to the long term, especially in our already underserved rural communities. Mr. President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet a standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, thank you, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Husted, Johnson, Moody, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Haggerty? No. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Mr. Coons? Aye. Mr. Young? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Madam President,
Thank you.
President,
Senator from Minnesota.
I call up my amendment 494 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar, proposes an amendment numbered 494.
Madam President, I rise today with a common sense amendment, and that is that no one should be cutting taxes for billionaires while food prices are rising. Democrats and Republicans alike can agree that food prices are just too high. The price of eggs recently hit a record high of $4.95. That's 53% higher than a year ago. And wholesale egg prices have increased 30% since the president took office to more than $8. That means egg prices will continue to skyrocket. And as an aside, accidentally firing frontline avian flu workers isn't going to change any of that. Prices of other groceries like beef, fish, and fresh fruit have also increased, with the most recent consumer price index showing overall food prices rising. Instead of focusing on $2 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, we should work together to lower food prices for Americans across the country. That's why I call on my colleagues to support my amendment, which will ensure that there are no tax cuts for billionaires unless food prices are lowered for regular Americans.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, the targeted budget blueprint before us today would secure the border, strengthen the military, facilitate energy independence, and take initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. The instruction makes that very clear. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access. Madam President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of this budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, hey, guys. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tuberville, Young. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Shaheen,
Lee.
aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I call up my amendment number 473 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment numbered 473.
Colleagues, the dream of homeownership is dying, and this is a big deal. Your home is your castle. It's a major source of wealth for middle-class families. And a factor killing the dream of homeownership is private equity, known as hedge funds, buying up homes all across America. In fact, ordinary families can't compete with their all-cash, no inspection offers. They're driving up the prices to buy homes. They're driving up the rents. So today, let's take a step towards restoring the dream of home ownership. This is a deficit-neutral reserve fund that creates incentives for private equity and hedge funds to ease their way out of this market so that families can continue to be homeowners in America, their children can continue to be homeowners. Let's not let this dream die on our watch. I encourage you to vote for this because houses should be homes for families, not a profit center for Wall Street.
Madam President.
Senator Scott.
Madam President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Here's why. They're putting the blame in the wrong place. We all agree that housing prices have skyrocketed over the last 4 years. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle aren't interested in new solutions. They are willing to place the blame anywhere except where it belongs. The real culprit in the failed housing policies is the Biden administration. Under the previous administration, rental costs rose 20%. We should be discussing how to make housing more affordable for more Americans. I plan to do just that at the Banking, Housing, and Urban Development Committee. I urge my colleagues to work with me. Working with President Trump and Secretary Turner, we can achieve a housing comeback for the blue-collar workers. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Nays?
Is there a sufficient second?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thanks. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Kim, thank you. No, hold on a minute. Okay. I got you. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Okay. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Okay, Banks, Curtis, Justice. Banks. Yeah, I got you. Curtis. Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Thank you. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Warner, number 130, Murray, number 878, and Hickenlooper, number 925.
Without objection. Senator from Virginia.
Madam President, I thank the Majority Leader for having my amendment. I'd like to call it my amendment number 130 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner proposes an amendment numbered 130.
Madam President, I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit any reconciliation bill that does not decrease the cost of housing for American families. I don't think there's any of us in this body.
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Madam President. That doesn't hear about the enormous rising cost of housing. And throughout the years of both under Biden and Trump, we kept saying, we're getting to housing next, we're getting to housing next. President Trump said on day one that he would come in and lower the cost of housing. He's done nothing of the kind. Instead, we have 3.7 million Americans who have a shortage of housing units. 30% of all renters pay more than half their income in rental cost. We've got to make sure we send a message to the American people that we're going to take on the rising cost of housing. One way we can do that is supporting my amendment.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Democrats are the ones who caused the record high inflation and soaring consumer good prices with their reckless, partisan spending. The cost of everything is up 20%, and the cost of housing went up 40% during Joe Biden's presidency. Reducing illegal immigration and cutting energy costs through reconciliation are critical components of reducing costs at the checkout aisle. This amendment, however, is not in order. If adopted, it would jeopardize the privileged status of the budget resolution and could derail our efforts to use reconciliation. Since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. I urge my colleagues to just vote no.
Madam President.
Senator from Virginia.
Well, I have great respect for my friend from South Carolina, and I do hope we can find some common ground on housing. Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The previous vote on the amendment number 473 was not a point of order. The amendment was not agreed to. The yeas and nays have been ordered. On this motion to waive, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, no, that's Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blund-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Wyden. Mr. Lujan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Capito, No. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, the Senate's not in order.
The Senate will be in order. Senator from Washington.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 878, ask that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report by number.
The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray, proposes an amendment numbered 878.
Senator from Washington.
Madam President, the Senate is not in order.
The Senate will be in order.
Madam President, my amendment does two things. First of all, it strikes the reconciliation instructions. Secondly, it creates a reserve fund to implement a bipartisan multi-year agreement to provide $171 billion in discretionary funding for both defense and non-defense. Democrats do agree we need more resources to invest in our national security and address the challenges at the border and counter China. But we cannot leave the rest of the budget in the dust while we do that. So let's deliver investments to do both and make sure we also support our veterans, agriculture, disaster response, biomedical research, FAA, child care, and more. These are all big challenges. Democrats stand ready to work with our colleagues, as we have in the past, including through our bipartisan efforts on the Appropriations Committee. But that can only happen if Republicans are willing to work with us. And working with us means actually working with us, not telling us to accept Elon Musk cutting $1 trillion in fiscal year 2025 to our priorities, which is assumed in this Republican plan, and at the same time spending $342 billion on their own priorities. It also means not sitting on your hands while Elon and Trump rip up our bipartisan laws. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. 2 seconds.
Who speaks in opposition?
Madam President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yeah, this is a big time no. They're rewriting the budget resolution. They want to take half of the $342 billion and spend it on things not related to what we want to do. We want to secure the border. We want to give President Trump $175 billion to secure the border through Homeland Security and Judiciary. We'll figure out how to spend it. We want to do $150 billion for defense because the world is on fire. We want to do $20 billion for the Coast Guard to help us become safer. They're rewriting the resolution. They're taking half the money we've dedicated for border security and defense and spending it on more non-defense stuff. We're tired of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to defend America in this resolution. We're not going to take half the money and spend it on more social spending. We're going to defend our border. We're going to make the military more lethal, and we're going to help the Coast Guard, and we're going to pay for it, something you would never do. So vote no.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. You're good. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. I got him. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. I got you. Thank you. I'll get him. I'll get him. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Did Sanders say Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Gotcha. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Thank you. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, thank you, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Cruz, I got you. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. White. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye.
On this vote, the nays are 47, the ayes are 53. The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. The majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number, with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. The first is Bennett, number 540, followed by Schiff, number 316, then Sullivan, 1029, Schumer, 776, Ossoff, 407, Wyden, 308, Baldwin, 276, and Reed, 172.
Is there objection?
Sorry, sir.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask to amend the request that it be the Wyden 1156.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
I call up my amendment number 925 and ask that it be reported by number.
The corporal report.
Senator from Colorado, Mr. Hickenlooper proposes amendment number 925.
The Senate will be in order.
Mr. President, the United States is producing more energy right now than any country in the history of the world. We're in the middle of an energy revolution. We got here by embracing an all-of-the-above approach to energy, including solar, wind, and geothermal, to keep prices as low as possible for working people. Most of the energy that's ready to go today is clean and affordable. Any action that blocks the rollout of that will raise prices for working Americans. It's going to kill jobs and cede complete control of emerging industries to China. In the last few years, we've passed bills that make historic investments in American-made energy. These bills created more than 400,000 good-paying jobs, and yet there's an effort by this administration to trash the progress we've made. These actions will balloon energy bills for families, at least $240 a year for working families everywhere, at a time when they're struggling to afford eggs at the grocery, just as inflation begins to rise again. Rather than limiting energy or firing critical government employees, let's welcome our new energy future. A future marked by resilient energy, a grid built by American innovation that delivers cheaper, more reliable energy for every Coloradan American. Simple yes or no point of order that would ensure nothing in the budget would increase energy costs for working families. How could you vote against that?
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, reducing energy costs for all Americans starts with reducing red tape to develop our abundant energy resources. If we build more gas pipelines, if we build more power plants, more transmission lines, we'll lower costs for consumers across the country. Now, our friends on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats, have spent decades attempting to force unreliable, expensive, non-baseload sources of power, things like solar and wind and battery storage, not using the free market, but using mandates and subsidies. That's not how we do things. That doesn't actually reduce costs. This just forces American taxpayers to subsidize those industries. If we end the clean energy mandates and cut through the red tape stifling energy development, we can make energy affordable and reliable for all Americans. But look, since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Wicker. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47 and the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you up there in that chair. I call up my amendment 540 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, proposes an amendment numbered 540.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment reinstates the thousands of fired National Park Service, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Bureau of Land Management employees. Our public lands, Mr. President, are the crown jewel of America. With drought, wildfire, and record visitation, our public lands are facing more pressures than ever before. Now is not the time to fire dedicated public servants who perform wildfire mitigation, manage visitors, clear trails, permit grazing and mining and oil and gas operations. Fewer boots on the ground means more wildfire risk and less access to our public lands, and puts an enormous burden on communities across the country, from Alaska to North Carolina to Maine.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, Article 2 of the United States Constitution declares the President of the United States to be the person who holds the executive power. He has the discretion to hire and fire those who work in executive branch agencies. Now, for decades, staffing for the federal land and wildlife management and outdoor recreation agencies has been a bipartisan issue. This amendment does not do that. Instead, it attempts to turn federal land management agency employment into a political football. As chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to address issues affecting federal land management and federal land management employees, including finding innovative solutions for their housing, working to ensure that concessionaires have flexibility and are not held up in endless paperwork, and giving land managers flexibility to work with our counties and gateway communities to hire qualified employees and work with gateway community businesses. This is not that amendment. This goes the wrong way, and I oppose it.
Do I have any time left, Mr. President?
6 seconds remaining.
I urge my opponents to vote for this amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Gotcha, thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Thank you. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Thank you. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Boozman, no. You can just kick this one down the can. It's going. You can be Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Crapo, no.
nays are 52, and the amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and this amendment is not agreed to. The senator from California.
I call up my amendment number 316 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from California, Mr. Schiff, proposes amendment number 316.
Mr. President, I stand here on behalf of Western State colleagues, Senators Padilla, Heinrich, Lujan, Bennett, and Hickenlooper, to ask this chamber to take a clear stand on behalf of the firefighters who help fight and prevent wildfires. Wildfires don't discriminate. They hit red states and blue states. And even as deadly and devastating wildfires were burning in LA County, President Trump adopted a freeze on hiring so widespread that is blocking the Forest Service from onboarding the seasonal firefighters we require to prevent future fires. Not only that, President Trump has also empowered an unelected billionaire to run rampant through the ranks of our public servants, not with a scalpel, but with a hatchet. As a result, firefighters who had just finished weeks of around-the-clock shifts fighting these dangerous fires were given a thank you note from their commander-in-chief that said, "Please quit. Please quit." This was the reward our firefighters got. Our amendment would make it very clear we are committed to reversing these cuts to the ranks of wildland firefighters.
The senator's time has expired. The senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Reserve funds that accomplish nothing beyond political messaging are unnecessary and, frankly, distract or delay from the budgeting process. This amendment will in no way impact the brave firefighters who fight our nation fires out west. These firefighters deserve recognition. They deserve fair pay. In fact, we have the bill that does that, the Wildland Firefighters Paycheck Protection Act. It's bipartisan. It permanently addresses securing increases in their wages. If we want to support our wildland firefighters, let's pass this bill and get it on President Trump's desk. Republicans are committed to protecting our environment and our public lands without suffocating the U.S. economy. I urge my colleagues to do the same and oppose this amendment.
Question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Slotkin, Sullivan, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Lummis, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. The yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52, and the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I call it my amendment number 1029 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Alaska, Mr. Sullivan, proposes an amendment numbered 1029.
Mr. President, it's going to be a late night with a lot of votes. I want to take this opportunity to demonstrate our strong Republican support for Medicaid and Medicare right now. My amendment is very simple. It says we are going to strengthen and improve Medicaid for the most vulnerable populations and strengthen Medicare so that it's available for years to come. Now, Mr. President, I know my Democratic colleagues are going to try tonight to use scare tactics to message that Republicans don't support these vital programs, but we do. These are critical programs that Republicans support. Heck, President Trump has repeatedly said that these programs are not going to be touched. People rely on Medicare and Medicaid. Alaskans rely on Medicare and Medicaid, and we are here to strongly support them. So we should all agree that we want to weed out waste, fraud, abuse in our healthcare system, including in Medicare and Medicaid, and we must maintain our safety net programs. We can do both, Mr. President, and make them stronger. So I hope every single member of the Senate tonight votes to support my simple amendment, which would strengthen both Medicaid and Medicare for the most vulnerable Americans.
The senator's
I
time has
ask for everybody's
expired.
vote.
The senator from Oregon.
I rise in opposition. This amendment claims to protect Medicare and Medicaid, but it does neither. In particular, the Medicaid language seeks to talk about a group called the most vulnerable. Obviously, we care about them, but the language of the Sullivan Amendment would leave millions behind, and we don't want to go there. The language in this amendment is code for kicking Americans with Medicaid coverage off their health insurance if they're not sick enough, not poor enough, or not disabled enough. This amendment does nothing to stop Republicans from cutting these essential health care programs, kicking millions of Americans off their coverage, all to pay for the tax cuts of billionaires. I urge opposition.
Question is on the amendment.
Read the amendment.
The question
It's
is on the
supporting
amendment. Your time has
Medicare and
expired,
Medicaid,
Senator.
it's that simple.
The question is on the amendment.
Call for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell,
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying. What?
Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49, and the amendment is agreed to. The Democratic leader.
My amendment 776 asks that it be reported by number.
Clerk will report.
Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, proposes amendment number 776.
President, this amendment is very simple. It allows no billionaires to have any tax cuts if a single dollar of Medicaid funding is cut. The American people need to know where Senate Republicans stand on cuts to Medicaid. On Tuesday, Donald Trump claimed he was opposed to Medicaid cuts. Then Wednesday, he supported it, and today he doubles down and even opened the door to cutting Medicare. He's flip-flopping left and right. So the American people deserve to know, what about Senate Republicans? Where do they stand? Cutting Medicaid to pay for billionaire tax cuts would be a gut punch to working people. Medicaid serves nearly 80 million people across the country in states red and blue, from our sickest kids to our infirm in nursing homes and vulnerable seniors. These are the people we should focus on: kids, seniors, rural Americans, not billionaires. They're doing well enough already. My amendment will ask Republicans, do they really want to cut taxes for billionaires so badly they're willing to take health care away from
Senator's
kids?
time has expired.
And kick grandparents out of nursing homes. How are you
Senator's
going to
time
vote,
has
my
expired.
colleagues? I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the Democrats know very well that this targeted budget blueprint does not cut Medicaid or Medicare. The blueprint before us focuses on securing the border, strengthening the military, facilitating energy independence, and taking the initial steps to get our fiscal house in order. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will do one thing and one thing only, and that is reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access to long-term care, especially in already underserved rural communities. Mr. President, I've been advised that this amendment would be corrosive to the privilege of this budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
Democratic Leader.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the Ms. Smith, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Haggerty, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye.
Yeah, I'll take one vote and then
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kelly, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
The senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the momentum that is growing in Washington to gut the Medicaid program is alarming my constituents in Georgia. And I call up my amendment number 407 and ask it to be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
the senator from Georgia, Mr. Ossoff, proposes an amendment numbered 407.
The sheer number of people affected, Mr. President, in Georgia, 5 out of 7 seniors in nursing homes are covered by Medicaid. Nearly 50% of all births are covered by Medicaid. 2 out of 5 children in Georgia are covered by Medicaid. I was disappointed to see just moments ago the majority adopt an amendment to lay the foundation for deep cuts to Medicaid. I hope we can build bipartisan support for my amendment to ensure that maternal and children's health care through Medicaid is protected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, once again, the targeted budget blueprint before us today is not about cutting Medicare or Medicaid. It doesn't deal with Medicare or Medicaid. It deals with securing the border, strengthening the military, facilitating the energy independence of our country, and taking the initial steps to put our fiscal house in order. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion deficit decreasing instruction, this is not a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. And the claims that we've heard continuously tonight, to me, seem just to be the politics of fear in the face of trying to deal with our nation's critical issues. To meet this instruction, the Finance Committee will reverse a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions, jeopardize patient access to long-term care, especially in our already underserved rural communities. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment today, as it is not relevant to the Finance Committee's instruction.
Mr. President?
The question is on the amendment.
Mr. President, the vote is whether to protect maternal and pediatric health care through Medicaid. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan,
Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. You are. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Got you. I got you. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Oh, wait. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and this amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
The senator from the great state of Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1156 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, proposes an amendment numbered 1156.
Mr. President,
Senate will be in order.
this amendment is simple, it's direct, and I believe the only legislation tonight that is comprehensive on health care that protects Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act. It does that by taking cuts to these vital programs off the table in the Senate. So what that means is if you pass this amendment and the House sends us a budget resolution with severe cuts to health care, the Senate will have gone on record as being against the cuts. Let's not jeopardize the health of millions of Americans. Support the amendment.
Mr. President, once again, I think I've said this 10 times tonight, and I'll say it again. The budget blueprint we're working on does not deal with Medicare and Medicaid. It is to secure the border, strengthen the military, and facilitate our energy independence. The instruction given to the Finance Committee deals solely with reversing a Biden administration nursing home rule that would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patients' access to long-term care, especially in our rural communities. I've also been advised that this amendment, too, would be corrosive to the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. Because the amendment contains matter that is inappropriate for a budget resolution, its adoption could jeopardize the resolution's privilege. Additionally, this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
How much time do I have remaining?
The senator has 24 seconds remaining.
I'll just use my 24 seconds to say the reality is the House is looking at a budget in the Energy and Commerce Committee with the prospect of significant cuts in health care. That's why I want us to go on record. If they send us something that cuts health care severely, we'll be on record as being for protecting health care, and I yield back. No. And pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Mrs. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
Fetterman at the door.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds,
You might be standing in line.
Mr. Sanders,
I know.
Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse,
Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Heidsmith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Moreno, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment.
Order, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 276 to protect seniors relying on Medicaid and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report by number.
The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin, proposes an amendment number 276.
We have order, please. Go ahead.
Medicaid is a lifeline for the 8 million seniors who rely on the program to access health care. Medicaid helps almost 2/3 of all nursing home residents have a safe roof over their heads. Republicans would like us to believe that their proposed cuts are tackling waste, fraud, and abuse. But make no mistake, stripping away health care and nursing home funding for our parents and grandparents, it's not reform, nor is it eliminating waste. Rather, it is a deliberate choice to give tax breaks for their billionaire friends instead of ensuring that seniors across the country have access to the long-term care and support they need. It is a deliberate choice to prioritize tax cuts for billionaires over ensuring that nursing homes can keep their doors open. It is a deliberate choice to take away health care from millions of seniors.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I'll just say what I said before. This amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act because it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
What's that? Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and the nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I did. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Ms. Lummis. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Where did he go? Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 52. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President,
The
I ask
majority leader.
unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Reed Shaheen, number 299, Paul, number 999, Slotkin, number 664, Van Hollen, number 233, and Shaheen, number 436.
Without objection. The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to call up amendment number 172, which is co-sponsored by my colleagues, Senators Lujan and Alsobrooks, and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes an amendment numbered 172.
Mr. President, the other day, President Donald Trump said, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. If that statement had any truth behind it, then my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should be voting for this amendment, which calls for a point of order against any legislation that cuts Medicaid or Medicare. Medicare serves 67 million seniors and people with disabilities, and nearly 80 million Americans rely on Medicaid. Failing to pass this amendment will be a signal that these programs are on the chopping block. This vote will be a test for all of us, particularly my Republican colleagues. Are we going to protect Medicare and Medicaid, or are they, my Republican colleagues, going to use this as a piggy bank for tax cuts for the wealthy? I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I repeat what I've said before, and because this amendment violates the Congressional Budget Act, it is not germane to the budget resolution. Since the amendment does not meet that standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego.
In their seats. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley.
Just figure I'll go say my final.
Oh,
Although I'm very happy.
Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody.
Well, but
Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune,
wait a minute.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen,
Wait a minute.
Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
You had,
Ms. Warren,
if John were up here,
Mr. Welch,
if John were up here,
Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Lunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hydesmith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no.
Yeah, you gotta be really careful. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye.
Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Have the report. Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, before I call up my amendment, I ask that Senator Coons be added as the co-sponsor of the Reed-Sheehan Amendment number 299.
Without objection.
I call up my amendment number 299 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Rhode Island, Mr. Reed, proposes amendment number 299.
Mr. President, this amendment ensures continued support for the government of Ukraine to stand firm against Russian aggression. For 3 years, Ukraine has fought tooth and nail for its very survival, heroically with...
The Senate will be in order.
Heroically withstanding a barbaric attack and unspeakable violence by Russia. The Ukrainians have achieved hard-won victories and have refused to bend to Putin's demands, but they require continued United States support to sustain their progress. In those same 3 years, in this body, we have heard extensive criticism of the Biden administration's Ukraine policy. They are not going fast enough. They're not allowing Ukraine to be aggressive enough. The strategy is not enabling Ukraine to win on the battlefield. And yet now, when the Trump administration is cutting deals with Putin and walking away from Ukraine, we do not hear much at all, a deafening silence. What's happened? Well, regardless of what's happened, we cannot abandon Ukraine. We cannot rush into a negotiation with a brutal dictator who we know will not stop at Ukraine. He will next turn his sights on NATO allies
Senator's
and
time
the
has
United States
expired.
to bear an even loss. We must support this amendment.
Senator from
I
Mississippi.
rise in opposition to this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it. There's no greater supporter of Ukraine in this Senate than I am. But this is not the right vehicle. This is a budget to add for national security investment, missile defense, shipbuilding, munitions, cybersecurity, taking care of our troops, and protecting our borders. There's a place to talk about Ukraine. It's not this budget. But passage of this amendment, though members might wish to, will make it harder to pass this very valuable budget, and that's what this is about. That's why even I, a huge supporter of what we're doing in Ukraine, have to vote no on this so we can pass a good budget. I urge a no vote.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? If there appears to be, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Burkowski. She was a no, right? Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Mr. Banks.
I thought the alums were, and the students were happy.
But they're they think there are reliable sources that she is on the list to get shot. And they're really freaked out because of the whole accreditation thing. Remember that they got the accreditation issue?
No.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. I did, thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, gotcha, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. I got it. Yes. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, and Wyden. Ms. Warren, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, I have you. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Young, no. You did. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Welch? Aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. The amendment is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Kentucky.
It be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes amendment number 999.
Mr. President, the budget bill before us instructs the Senate to find $342 billion in new spending. The budget bill as written is a spending bill. My amendment would add language to cut spending. The cuts would total $1.5 trillion. These cuts mirror the cuts from the House budget resolution that has been passed. This year, the deficit will exceed $2 trillion. It is a fiscal imperative that Congress begin to cut spending.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, all evening we've been pointing out that with this bill, families lose and billionaires win. That is certainly put onto steroids with this amendment, because this amendment would add $250 billion directed at the SNAP program. It would add $1/3 trillion directed at reducing the viability of student loans, and almost $750 billion to devastate Medicaid. Programs that families depend on to be able to thrive, move into the middle class, pursue opportunity. I encourage everyone, if you don't want to have a bill in which families lose, vote no.
There's no further debate. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, yes. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Haggerty, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lemus, Moody, Marino, Paul, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Banks, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Duckworth, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lankford, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tillis, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wicker. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 76. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Michigan.
Madam President, I am not enjoying my first Vote-a-rama, but I do call up my amendment 664 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, proposes amendment number 664.
Madam President, my amendment is simple. It prohibits cuts to the funding and staffing necessary to respond to and control avian flu. This should be an easy no-brainer. Avian flu is jumping between species. We're culling thousands of birds, and egg prices are the highest they've ever been in U.S. history. I want to believe that this body should be able to agree that a biohazard that impacts every single one of our states should be something that we maintain funding for. It's our job to protect our constituents. That's basic. Avian flu is a threat. You know it. I know it. The world knows it. I urge you to put partisanship aside, vote for this very simple amendment, maintain funding and staffing on avian flu.
Madam President.
The senator from Arkansas.
Madam President, I rise in opposition to amendment number 664. Agriculture Secretary Rollins and the White House have made clear that addressing avian influenza is a top priority. While I share my colleague from Michigan's concerns about avian flu, this is not the appropriate venue for policy discussions on animal disease. This budget resolution is focused on securing the border, strengthening the military, and bolstering American energy independence. I look forward to working with the senator from Michigan, a fellow member who we're glad to have on the Agriculture Committee, a new member, to address animal disease threats in the Farm Bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment.
The questions on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The amendment is not agreed to. The senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I call up my amendment 233 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, for himself, and Ms. Hirono proposes an amendment number 233.
Madam President, I offer this amendment with my colleague, Senator Hirono. It's very straightforward. It creates a point of order against any legislation that would cut funding from the National School Lunch Program. Thank you, Madam President. It creates a point of order against any provision that would cut funding from the National School Lunch Program or the School Breakfast Program. I think our colleagues know that nearly 14 million American children were hungry last year. 1 in 5 kids don't know where their next meal will come from or what it will be. So to ensure that those kids get healthy meals and can focus on their education and their studies instead of their stomachs, 91% of public schools participate in the USDA Meals Program. Over half of our kids are eligible for free and reduced lunch programs. It provides breakfast programs for over 2 billion of those a year. So colleagues, let's not abandon those kids in order to provide tax cuts for Elon Musk and very rich people, and I urge adoption of our amendment.
Madam President,
The senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to amendment number 233. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague from Maryland, and I share his support for the school meal programs. I'm eager for the Agriculture Committee to turn to child nutrition reauthorization this Congress. However, this amendment threatens the privilege of the resolution. Senators on the Ag Committee are open-minded and welcoming of our colleagues' involvement in important child nutrition programs. However, the budget process is not the proper venue to make policy changes to our school meals programs, and for this reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Madam President, since the amendment does not meet the standard required by law, I raise a point of order against the amendment under Section 305B2 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974. I yield back.
Madam President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays and urge its adoption.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Highsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no.
Well, I think he's going to be two things. One, he's got this incredible following. And there's a lot of optimism among some for his kind of processed food and that sort of thing. So if we can double down on that optimism and distract him from the negative.
I think if you can pull that off, we'll make you, Time Magazine, take the crown off Trump and we'll put it on you. Senator Bill Cassidy, Dr. Bill Cassidy.
I'm not sure.
That's a good plan. If you can figure out how to, get them some, positive strokes on tobacco and food and, those kinds of things, and keep them from the other stuff, I'll be the biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, that'd be good. And yeah, I'm with you. And I think that his actually roots as a Democrat. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he wouldn't mind kind of bridging that a little bit. And so if there's issues important to the other side, so to speak, from Trump, then so I'm hoping that appeals to him.
Do you have any interest in trying to get some oxygen back for the PDM bill? Because we got a 26-0 vote in the Senate Finance Committee, and I told Mike I'd really like to see us do this.
We're hoping to get it in the March bill.
Ben?
The health had a PBM component too. So we're trying to do that in the March bill, which would be a pay-for community health centers.
Great.
So
Your next.
We'll check with Mr.
okay.
That would be very, very exciting. Axios ran a story today that basically said, oh,
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. The Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following amendments be the next amendments in order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments. Lujan, number 699, Duckworth Booker, number 971, Heinrich, number 101, and Blumenthal, number 659.
Without objection. The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, I call up my amendment number 436 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen, for herself and Ms. Baldwin, proposes an amendment numbered 436.
This amendment would extend vital Affordable Care Act tax credits for millions of Americans. We all know that health care is still too expensive. Unfortunately, this reconciliation bill that we're ultimately going to vote on is going to make that worse. In New Hampshire, we hear every day about people rationing medicines, skipping appointments, and delaying care, all because of costs. But we can act now to lower those costs. We can extend those premium tax credits, because if we don't act, they will skyrocket and 4 million Americans will lose their health insurance. I urge a yes vote on my amendment to reinforce our support for working families and their access to health care.
Mr. President.
Sir, Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, once again, this targeted budget blueprint before us would focus on the border, the military, and our energy independence. While the Finance Committee does have a $1 billion instruction, this is neither a tax bill nor a health care reform bill. That instruction makes that clear. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment today, as it is not relevant to the Finance Committee instruction.
Questions on the amendment? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah. You have to hold you up.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner,
We are on Shaheen right now.
Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Campwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warren, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Welch? Aye. Ms. Slotkin? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Haggerty? No. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Warner? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 48. The yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The amendment is not agreed to. Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I'd like to call my amendment number 699 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan, proposes an amendment numbered 699.
Mr. President, we are experiencing a nationwide shortage of police officers. Police departments are stretched thin, making our communities less safe. In the worst cases, some small departments have disbanded completely. Small towns need federal dollars to bolster their ranks. The Musk-Trump freeze took funding away from our police departments and law enforcement officials. The COPS hiring program is a lifeline to many law enforcement agencies. COPS hiring grants provide funding directly to law enforcement agencies to increase their community policing capacity and crime prevention efforts. On behalf of all Americans who care about public safety, I introduced this amendment to provide increased resources for local law enforcement. This is a bipartisan issue. It should be easy. I hope my colleagues just accept it, and we don't even have to have a vote on it. There's no reason to oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. We should ensure that all law enforcement has the necessary equipment, training, and resources to keep our communities safe and thoroughly investigate crimes committed against all people. I've come to the floor and I've spoken on this many, many times in the 10 years that I've been here. Securing the border must remain the top priority in reducing crime, and this amendment does not adequately support necessary safety improvements, so I urge you to vote no.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Yes, sir, I got you. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Highsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Senators voting in negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. King, Mr. King, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. No. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye.
I won't get this.
On this vote, the nays are 52, the yeas are 48. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I call up Duckworth Booker Amendment 971 and ask that it be reported by number.
Senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, proposes an amendment number 971.
Mr. President, this amendment would protect the right to IVF and other fertility care, and it would require insurers to cover IVF. I know my Republican colleagues will claim that President Trump has already solved this problem, but don't be fooled. Donald Trump's recent toothless, overly vague executive order does nothing to expand access to IVF. It was just lip service from a known liar. In fact, it's because of President Trump and Senate Republicans that Roe v. Wade was overturned, causing IVF to be at risk in the first place. If President Trump is supposedly so committed to making government more efficient, he could stop wasting time and resources on more bureaucracy. The solution to this is simple and all laid out in the Right to IVF Act. And if Senate Republicans want to put their votes where their mouths are, they must vote for this amendment that would provide hope for millions of Americans whose most desperate hope in the world is to have a family of their own.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. This amendment is nothing more than a Trojan horse. It is far more expansive than they would want you to believe. It actually creates a universal right to, quote, assisted reproductive technologies, allowing future administrations to move this into human cloning and really gene-edited designer babies. It also contains no religious freedom protections. Aside from being bad policies, let's take a step back and think about when this occurred. 2 days ago, President Trump took the most pro-IVF executive action ever towards increased treatment, access, and affordability. While President Biden played politics with IVF, hoping it would help that side of the aisle win on November 5th, the American people saw through that. All 49 Republicans here in this chamber at that time said we strongly support nationwide access to IVF. We look forward over the next 90 days to work with President Trump to make sure that we increase access and affordability of treatment. And Mr. President, for that reason, today we're here to talk about border, defense, and energy. And I urge my colleagues to vote this Trojan horse down.
Questions on the amendment?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Yes, sir. Yep, gotcha. Ms. Baldwin. Gotcha. Okay. Curtis. Right. Blumenthal. Coons. Berkeley. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Durbin, I got you. Okay, you go. Durbin. There you go. Cruz. Heinrich. Okay. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Gotcha. Thanks. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, I'll have you, yeah. Mr. Young. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. I had you. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Hawley, no.